When you want to get off the darkest ground, but gravity pulls you straight down. Earth from a bird's eye view. You should grow feathers and see this too. When you want to get off the darkest ground, but gravity pulls you straight down. When you want to get off the darkest ground, but gravity pulls you straight down. Clear sky. When you want to get off the darkest ground, but gravity pulls you straight down. Earth from a bird's eye view. You should grow feathers and see this too. When you want to get off the darkest ground, but gravity pulls you straight down. When you want to get off the darkest ground, but gravity pulls you straight
just from beneath the sand. Don't stay with me, girl, seem so far away. Across this universe, she lives another day. I know the reason she stays. I know the reason she's so far away. I know the reason she stays. I know the reason she's so far away. Nico, how could we run from everything we have done? It only takes us one more day to fall. Nico, how could we run from everything we have done? It only takes us one more day. Nico, how the reason she stays. Nico, how the reason she's so far away. Nico, how the reason she stays. Nico, how the reason she I know the reason she stays. I know the reason she's so far away. I know the reason she stays. I know the reason she's so far away. She's so far away.
Hanging by a thread, hung upon all the words you said, breaking free from this conformity that you force on me. Everything I do is one big show. It's about damn time that I take control. Put me under a microscope and watch me take control. What's this? I finally read this helplessness. Tired of feeling like I'm upside down. So I'm gonna turn it all around. And don't tell me that I need saving. Finally awake and living. Yeah, yeah. The pressure inside was building. I felt under attack. And now my mind's attacked. And I've chosen my path. I've chosen my path. Oh, what's this? I finally read this helplessness. Tired of feeling like I'm upside down. So I'm gonna turn it all around. And and dear God, save my soul, 'cause it is flawed. Tired of feeling like I'm upside down. So I'm gonna turn it all around.
8 teams came into this tournament with $800 on the line. The group stage is done, and our semifinals teams are in the driver's seat, ready to fight to get into the grand finals. Before we introduce the semifinals, we got to introduce the casters. Myself, Daniel the Save One Mena. Joining me is none other than Derek Charmer Oswalt. How you feeling tonight, my man?
I'm feeling great. It's a beautiful Saturday afternoon. We've got some wonderful Valorant games ahead of us, and I cannot wait to see these teams in action beyond the group stages. We're in the bracket stage now.
This is going to be super, super awesome. And just so that everyone gets familiarized with the tournament itself, I want to take a look at the format of this tournament. So you see in front of us for day number 3, all rounds, it's going to be a best of 3. The final 4 are going to be entering into the semis and grands, which is exactly what we're in right now. The huge prize pool, $800. First place gets $520. Second place gets $200. Third gets $80, as well as the map veto and how that's all chosen. Team A picks map number 1. Team B picks the side, and then that goes reverse throughout the whole entire night in terms of the maps themselves. This is looking like a beautiful format, Charmer.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to it. One thing to note as well, if you are just joining us, there is only the first 3 maps that are going to be available. So we will not be seeing Ascent today, and we also will not be seeing Reyna today. These were just put in the tournament rules. So if you're wondering why it's not showing up, it's because they wanted to make sure that everybody had a nice, even playing field going into this particular event. So no Reyna, no Ascent, but still lots of great action.
Yeah, I'm really excited to eventually cast Ascent, and sadly this weekend is not going to be it, which is still fine at the end of the day. I actually haven't played Ascent just yet, so I still have to dabble with a new patch of Valorant, which I'm excited to do. I think tomorrow I have a little bit of free time. Anyways, enough about myself. Let's take a look at the standings here in this tournament. You want to take us through this here, Charmer?
Yeah, absolutely. So in Group A, we had Powerhouse showing that they're a powerhouse with a fantastic 6-0 run through their group. And then we have Orbital Takeover at 4-2. Go Next and First Gen GG both finished 1-5. Group B, we had 303 Esports Blue 5-1. Sarah Cameron Fan Club went 3-3, which was just enough to edge out Elite Duels Esports and SDK Esports. Now, with the way these groups work, the top 2 from each group moves on to the grand finals bracket, where it then is single elimination best of 3, and those are what we're going to be seeing today.
Yeah, this is going to be a really fun match to watch too. We're going to be watching Orbital versus 303, and that is going to be a series, ladies and gentlemen, because the 2 times that we ended up seeing Orbital, or at least just a little bit of a reminder, Orbital are the Dairy Queens. So if you guys remember the last 2 Valorant tournaments that happened for Risen, Orbital and the Dairy Queens were really high in the standings. The 2 times that we ended up seeing Orbital on stream, they got absolutely smacked by Powerhouse. You know, day 2, they had a little bit more of a showing, but this now is Orbital's time to really show up. And I think that 303 is going to be a little bit of a challenge.
Yeah, 303 is certainly no slouch. And we can see this here with that 5-1 standing, that 5-1 result on the Group B side of things. And Orbital, I have to think they want to push past 303 because they want another shot at Powerhouse. As you said, they were a bit embarrassed the first couple times they kind of came up against them, and you want to get that revenge. And there's no sweeter revenge than beating somebody in the grand finals, but 303 is going to do their best to deny that opportunity and just outright eliminate them.
Yeah, me and Simo were saying yesterday that it's probably going to be Orbital Powerhouse Grand Finals with Powerhouse taking it 2-0. At least that's my prediction as well. Powerhouse is just looking like just such a great team. But there is always the potential of an upset. There's always the potential of the underdog story coming through across.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, 303 Esports here has a lot on their plate to take down Orbital. Orbital, again, struggled a little bit against Powerhouse, but outside of that, won all of their matches on the Group A side of things. And another thing to note about Orbital, as you said, right? Dairy Queens, they've performed well in previous Risen events. They also were previously collegiate CSGO players. So these are folks that have worked together. They've got that team cohesion, and they've been successful in other games with similar mechanics. So 303 has work cut out for them. I know that they had a better overall record from their side of the groups, but make no mistake about it, Orbital is here to play.
This is going to be really fun. Definitely. This game number 1 and this first set, this first best of 3 in the semifinals is just going to be so much fun to watch. I'm super, super hyped for it. However, we have one more route to take for you guys and to show you guys. It's going to be the player to watch here for tonight. And it's going to be Laseda, Lasagna, something like that is what we decided on yesterday.
Zeta, Easy Leezy.
Yeah. So he's from 303 Esports, and of course we have some highlighting plays to show you guys as well. Look at this observer shot. We just so happened to get it on our second observer. He ended up getting at least 4 kills throughout all of yesterday with his electronic bolts. He got the double kill over on A site, and then the double kill itself inside of Garage. So make no mistake, this guy's he's come to play.
Yeah, that first shock dart followed by the Hunter's Fury meant he really wanted those 2 players to just be eliminated. I was very impressed when I noticed that. Yeah. So I'm looking forward to seeing what Lee Zeta, Lasagna, Easy Leezy is going to be doing here. It's a great Sova player and brings a lot of utility to the team. So I think we're going to be jumping into the game here just in a moment so that we can see whether or not they make that difference.
Yeah, they're just going through a pick phase, and we don't exactly show that on stream, but that's just to kind of update you guys on what's going on. One thing I'm really, really excited about is to see all of these Sova arrows, because a lot of players, I speak to them, and they say we spend like 3 hours inside of the practice area, and they just try and launch every single little bolt. But ladies and gentlemen, here we go. Orbital Takeover versus 303 Esports. Who's going to take it in this best of 3?
Well, I think that right now, if I had to pick a favorite, it was going to be Orbital. That being said, I would not be shocked if we see the sort of upset come from 303. We are starting on Haven here, and it does look like it's going to be Orbital on defense. And this is the ever-important pistol round, because as we know, if you can get a victory here, very often the difference in firearms means you can get a real advantage going into the next round. And looks like we've already got some action here in the short side of A site, but there's a quick pull back.
Yeah, definitely very interesting. And 303 Esports, maybe they want to try and take a look over towards C. There's a lot of Cypher traps that are all across this board here from what we see on our screen. An immediate rotation coming through from Orbital as well. They did that so incredibly fast. They are just on point with these rotations as well. The curveball does come out, and Zapper already getting one for himself. Little Rain and Undefined. Zapper now. Oh my goodness. Orbital Takeover have taken over the leaderboard. My goodness. Laseda, you're not going to be seeing him anytime soon. It's unfortunate, but Little Rain gets the last.
That was a very impressive round on the side of Orbital because of how fast they rotated. They had to respond and go all the way from Site A back to Site C in time to catch these players. Thankfully, there was still at least one person positioned in that B mid area, and they kind of were able to see where the other opposing team was going. They knew that they were headed straight for C. It allowed everybody to get over, but nonetheless, you're seeing them move as a unit. You know, we talked about that team cohesion. Really good call-outs, really good rotation on the side of Orbital there. And this time, it's going to be a little bit of a slower start for the side of 303. They're going to be kind of walking in towards, looks like Garage and Mid, posturing for control of the center of the map here.
shorties
And-
on a lot of these members, as well as some pistols.
Yeah, I was
Sky
just
smokes
about to say
immediately
that.
well. Yeah,
Shorties
Sky
means you
smoke.
gotta have to walk.
exactly. Gotta take it super slow. Shurzay, though, amazing double kill. And the spike itself being planted as well. That's massive. Cypro, double kill. Where is he coming from? And that's an immediate flawless, I believe, orbital takeover.
Yes.
Even though they had a bunch of Spectres, they were set to win the round. I expected at least one of them to go down, but no.
Yeah, when a lot of your team has shorties going into that, if you can't close the gap and really get them in the close confines of the actual B site, you're going to have a hard time getting any sort of advantage against these Spectres. Now, this is where it starts to get really interesting, though, because for the side of Orbital, you're going to have 3 members likely holding on to these Spectres, and then in one case, the Marshal, because there's not really an incentive to buy out. So now it's going to go in the favor of 303 in terms of firepower. We see a full stack of Vandals. So while you're down 2-0, this is where you potentially turn things in your favor.
Yeah, there's that potential for sure. There's also the other side that says, you know what? If Orbital Takeover ends up winning this round, that is not good for 303.
It's
they have the gun
devastating.
advantage right now. Shurzay with
Shurzay.
one try to transfer, but it's going to be Zapper with the Guardian that takes out Toro. That's a massive couple of picks that go down inside of Banana. But what does 303 want to do now?
Yeah, 303 has got to decide whether or not they want to continue pushing A, and it looks like the answer is no. Yes, you've got these Vandals, but now you're down in terms of the numbers count. It's a 4v3 scenario. You're going to potentially have to look for a pick just to even the odds, and then still you're going to have to push into this defensive area. This barrier comes up from the side of Orbital here. Barrier not as strong as it used to be, both adjusted in terms of time and health, and they easily break through it. But we're going to see this slow kind of walk in by Mugi here into the garage area. And this is the nightmare scenario because there are so many nooks and crannies in this garage. This is one of my favorite places to defend when I'm playing the game. We see a great fireball, knows there's somebody up there, gets him with the wall bang. Very well done. And now they're going to be pushing out onto Site C, where they find Concon and they win that trade as well.
Yeah, the headshot in the corner is absolutely massive, but the last 2 members of Orbital Takeover, I feel like they want to get onto this site, and they already end up getting one. Mugi does go down. Have to watch out to see what Cypro is able to do as he immediately gets out of the Sky Smoke. Tried to look into the corner, but it was the wrong corner to look into. Kai as well onto Zapper, and that's the last 2. 303, they close off the board. They end up winning this round.
Yeah, they got a much-needed round victory here. They only had 2 players alive, though. That might impact their economy a little bit. As we had mentioned before, if they lost, it would have been devastating. But even still, it looks like we might have one player not being able to full buy. Specifically, Sage is an expensive character to begin with.
Yeah.
And never mind, it looks like somebody's going to be kind and purchase for them. So
Where to set up shop?
shuffling some stuff around. They're going to come into this and
Joke's over! You're dead!
immediate action here on A.
Zapper takes the sacrifice. Shurzay now looking for his next member. He's going to be inside of the corner, inside of Guardian itself. Really interesting that Zapper wanted to actually push up with Shurzay. Amazing synergy coming through. That's a 1-for-1 trade at the end of that one as well. 2 members actually ended up dying. 303, only 3 members remaining. They want to rotate over towards B side. One thing I really want to watch out for is what is this Cypher able to do? Orbital takeover. I want to try and peek in this corner.
Yeah, Cypher here trying to get some information back to see if anybody's coming on a flank from A, just going to kind of hold that angle. We know through caster vision the opposing Cypher is sitting in the nice little ambush area of the C site, and this is an interesting position to be in if you're 303 because you really need to push in and get the spike down. And while there are, 40 seconds or so and counting, that's not as much time as it would seem because you have to win the firefight and get onto the site. Finally, looks like they're going to use some utility there, try to get some information. And they get the kill on Shurzay there, Caillou getting it done, and that means they're likely going to be pushing hard into A. This means that there's a long rotation coming from the opposing Cypher. I don't know if they're going to be able to get there in time.
Oh!
Well,
Retrieve the spike.
I may have spoken too soon.
Yep.
That was a beautiful trade there.
Little rain inside of heaven, as well inside of sewers. One more They want to try and sandwich this last member. Where is he sitting? Inside of hell. Little Rain just jumps down. Guns blazing. And secures the last one for himself. Diffusing the spike as well to give himself an ultimate charge. Doesn't exactly get his ultimate just yet, but he's one step closer. He's playing Sage. It's very, very important for him to get it.
Sage, arguably one of the most powerful ultimates in the game, even after all of the adjustments she's received, simply because the numbers advantage is so strong. Once that player comes up, it's almost got an infinite ceiling in terms of what the ultimate can do. And that's why she, despite all of the adjustments, is still considered kind of a must-pick for any competitive squad.
Yes, this should do.
I definitely agree. And I feel like a lot of these agents are in that position. But one that we were discussing throughout this whole weekend was Phoenix. We've been realizing that Phoenix is just so incredibly good as an entry fragger, and even just as just to get kills in the early parts of the round, since his playstyle is just so aggressive. So expect to see a lot more of him in this in the semis and the grands.
Yeah, it's really interesting because I'm a big Phoenix fan for exactly that reason. But if you follow certain community guidelines, we see a firefight here with a Phoenix going down, Cypro killing Mugi, but Lee Zeta getting the counter frag to finish that train of thought real quick. Phoenix, according to folks who track this sort of thing, has the lowest win rate among agents in competitive events since the closed beta. So while he did receive a bit of a bonus in this last round of balance patches, has performed not to the level of some of the others, even though I think he has a very strong kit.
Yeah,
and Zeta gets another kill on Concon there.
Exactly. 1-for-1 trade at the end of that. Little Rain massive, coming up huge on Phoenix in particular. Zapper as well. You can always rely on him to do some crazy work. Can Little Rain transfer the spray? No, he cannot. He had to reload. It's now just Scherze versus Toro. Beginning to res off onto Kai. He does take a little bit of damage. Now peeking inside. Could not transfer the spray. Toro gets a double kill at the end of his little trade. 303. 3-2.
That was a very clutch resurrection. Even if the player that you rezzed didn't really do much for you, again, just adding that warm body meant that Toro was able to get the res off and then get the damage in while the other person was being targeted. The minute that you give yourself that numbers advantage, anything is possible. Sage really helping him out, and so far this has been a very close game. We're 3-2 here in terms of rounds, and you see Cypro here positioning for what might be a really decent grenade. Oh, he missed it though, and dies as a result. That could have, with a proper bounce, done so much damage, and instead was really just kind of donating to the opposing squad.
Yeah, it hit off the backboard of the window and then kind of bounced back, so can't exactly do anything in that regard. 2 members of Orbital already being taken down, and it means that Scherze, he's got to back up a little bit, but they are on a save round, which is, you know, it's not horrible, but he's trying to look for any sort of kills. He's trying to deny any sort of credits that he can find in the enemy's pocket. They know that he's back here, though, so there's going to be 2 quick electronic bolts, as well as a very wide swing. Neural Theft now going out, realizing where these last 2 members are.
Yeah, those shock darts got the job done, and we're not really surprised to see that since we are highlighting things. Mugi with a kill on Zapper here. That's his 3rd so far of the round, and now it's going to be Toro planting here. There's a strong consideration for the save, but instead just pushes out, and that's going to mean attackers win.
3-3 at the end of that round. My goodness, massive stuff coming out of each of these squads. Orbital Takeover able to just completely dominate the early game, and something just happened where 303 are slowly coming back. One of the storylines that we saw yesterday is that 303 were down 8-4 in one of their matches at the half, and we said it. If their main members step up, Laseda, Toro, Mugi, if they all step up, then you're going to be seeing some crazy action, and they did, and they came back in that match in particular. So definitely watch out for 303 as we head into this tournament. In this new round, though, 303, they want to get onto C.
Yeah, it looks like they are certainly taking the peaks there, slowly walking up, trying to get this information, and it looks empty, but we know, again, good old caster vision, that somebody's back there. Now the jig is up, though, with that toss. Cypher kind of gave away his positioning, and we see a number of grenades and utility going out, and all of a sudden it looks like we're going to have a party on site C, except for the quick call out. So instead it's going to be a bit of a rotation, And they're going to kind of feel out B, I think, to catch people rotating, but, well, again, maybe I'm wrong. It looked like they were going to have somebody trying to catch rotations as they went A, but instead they're going to try to push forward here into the garage area, it would seem.
I think that was a better call too. That may have been, but regardless, as long as 303 end up still getting the picks that they need to dominate the round, that's all that really matters at the end of the day. Right now, the Phoenix Mugi is actually going to be on C site itself, and that means the immediate rush onto the site as well. 1v1, Triumph ends up going down. Little Rain ends up getting one pick for himself. It's going to be Kai now onto Cypro that gets another kill. Kai with 3 actually at the end of this trade. He's looking for the last member. The flick, it came through. Quad kill secured.
Well, that was very quick and impressive. We kind of had a bit of a posturing stalemate there for a long time, and then the minute that 303 decided to pull the trigger and go on to C, it was a bloodbath. So very well done by them. And, you know, it's as you said, if they can get hot, they can certainly play spoiler here, take down Orbital. Lee Zeta, our player to watch, is actually kind of bringing up the rear. So when you think about this kind of 4-3 situation and how well they seem to be doing right now, if Lee Zeta can also turn it on here, 303 could be very, very impressive.
I was actually going
see
to
some
say, too,
posturing
is that
again in this mid area. Kind of peeking slow towards the garage.
one thing I was going to say here too is that the top fragger, I think his name is Kai. We saw him there get a quad kill. He was just going nuts for sure in this match. We saw him kind of underperform yesterday, but Mugi, my goodness, inside a garage. Headshot onto Con. Massive, massive play that came through. Now it almost seems like B is wide open for these guys. Sky smokes do go out, but the stop at the wall.
And it does look like they're well onto site B here. They got to get this spike planted, but unfortunately there's a lot going on with Cypher getting this kill on Mugi. And now another one on Toro. And again, bit of a party here on site B. Some folks arriving late to the party, kind of posturing outside. And Cypher with a triple now, taking down Lee Zeta. And finally falls to Caillou. Do you think that maybe that's the Caillou under that Cypher costume? The little annoying kid.
Yeah, all grown up. That's
yeah,
exactly
all grown
what he
up.
did. That's the
I
lore
feel like
of
that
Caillou.
little kid would grow up to be a creepy person just like Cypher.
Yeah. That's the lore of Caillou. He ended up growing up and becoming Cypher. So can Game Theory get on that? Can get some analysis? 11-5 right now. Caillou popping off for sure. Has the operator in hand and hasn't lost it in the past couple of rounds. But going to good old basics.
Yeah, this is going to be a fast push into A, which is something we haven't seen in a while, and it's a great choice. Shears A with an early kill, and sometimes you just got to catch your opponent off guard. You can't have the same strategy, and this is a great time to go back to the old rush a position playbook. However, Zapper takes down Caillou, and that could be a difference maker here because now not only are you down in the numbers, but you've lost potentially your best shooter for the last couple of rounds. Mugi did manage to pick up the operator, though, so we'll see if Phoenix is perhaps just as dangerous with this particular weapon. And they're gonna take the peek here. Does not catch the shot, though, and 50 seconds, still plenty of time if you want to try to work one way or the other. They're going to transition over here to Site C. We've got Cypher using their camera. Going to notice them now. Cypher is also here on site, but expect some help. And that's going to be the Hunter's Fury going down C long. And even if he doesn't catch anybody here, just forcing them into another area with now less than 30 seconds is a pretty big deal because you're going to put the onus on the attackers to get in, and with the numbers advantage, that works in your favor. Lee Zeta does, however, catch a pick on Lil Rain. Mugi gets one on Zapper, and that numbers advantage is gone as they push on to Site B.
Ooh, the spike itself being initiated. Cypro as well. Massive, massive kill onto the opponent. Wanting to look for the showstopper. Which corner is he going to be looking into? Can he go right? Can he go left? We do see through the wall. There's one. Cypro, massive. Lacita at the bottom. Right below the window. The defuse went off. He wasn't able to peek anything here, Charmer.
Yeah, that was a whirlwind of events there because we had a hard defender's numbers advantage, and then at the blink of an eye, it was evened up. We had the attackers on site B. 303 had pushed in. I thought, okay, things are looking up, and then just like that, at the at the flick of the wrist, it all came crashing down. So I can't help but point out poor Concon here might need to pick it up a bit.
Yeah. Yeah, they've taken one round in the past couple, but Orbital Takeover not doing the absolute best work. Concon usually does not actually, doesn't usually sit down there, but sometimes you have an off game. Orbital Takeover, this was their first, or they played on Haven for their first map versus Powerhouse. They had a little bit of a little bit of a struggling time, that's what I want to say. So maybe PTSD is kind of setting in. However, right now, 303. They want to get onto B. Can they get it? Can they get a pick?
Yeah, they certainly are going to be pushing into this very hard here. We see multiple ultimates used. Wow, that's a tongue twister that you don't realize till you try to say it. And despite the flurry of activity, we're only now seeing our first kill. Cypro taking down Mugi, and then the counter frag Undefined Triumph taking down Cypro. But for all of those flashy effects, it's still a 4v4.
Zapper in the corner, needing to find his opponent. Double res came through. Concon immediately goes down, and randomly, on top of B box, it's Little Rain doing his Reign of Terror on the opponents. Mugi gets one. Zapper now trading that kill as well. My goodness, Zapper with two. He's sitting and getting all of the perfect angles, but C is wide open.
Yeah, it does look like it's going to be a rotation here to see, but he catches the rotation from the other side, takes down Zapper, and now Caillou also eliminates Cypro. This is going to be a 2v1, and the spike is planted, so Shirze has a big opportunity to get a clutch here, but he's got to beat two players at once, and he is creeping. He's about to see the first. He catches him looking, but unfortunately does not clear to his right. Attackers win, and that's going to be 6-4 in favor of 303 thus far.
You do expect someone to usually be in that corner inside of C, but didn't exactly check it, right? You usually want to, that's like the one spot that you check when you're entering in from CT, and sadly, Shirze not able to do it. So still, going into this round 303, they're at that halfway point, right? Usually 6 is what you want to get if you're on either side for the first couple of rounds. If you can get 6 at the half, it's beautiful. But 303 right now, they're looking at a couple of more scores for themselves. 8-4, that is the dream.
So at the start of this round, we had highlighted Lee Zeta as our player to watch, who is traditionally on Sova, but it turns out Sova was the right player to highlight, but instead it's the opposing Sova, though Zapper does fall now to Mugi here to open it up. We know Zapper's been playing great. Mugi also takes down Shirze, so that's 2 to open up very, very early. If they can get 7, if they can win this round, and right now they have the numbers advantage, it looks like they're going to make a play on A. That is a very big deal, getting 7 on attack on, honestly, any map. And here they come all A long, and they're going to catch poor Lil Rain here from behind, potentially, who's still watching short. And just like that, Lil Rain falls. Mugi now gets the triple, and you have to assume that Concon, who is still struggling here, is not going to be able to 1v5 this for the clutch. So you have to now start looking at this from a, 7 wins on offense. That's going to be fantastic if you are 303.
Kai looking inside of yellow. Just needs to eliminate this last member. Will a peek come out from Concon? He's got a pistol. I don't think he actually has anything to save. Oh, he missed it. That's unfortunate. Kai's been hitting all of the shots this game. He's been hitting a lot of them. You were actually touching on, the Sova. Zapper has definitely been playing really, really well over on the side of Orbital. He is definitely an amazing player to highlight. For some reason, Laseda not exactly having his game, but I don't think it matters too much, to be honest, because the rest of his team just carrying him completely, put him on his back, right? The only thing he needs to do, launch out the Sova arrows, get as many assists as possible. Right now, he's got a total of 9 KP, so not a horrible display.
Yes, this
And this is going to be the last round before the switch. So If you are on the side of Orbital, you really want this to be 5-7. You do not want to go 8-4 into the attacking round. Blowing up these doors here on the garage, which is pretty standard at the start of a lot of these rounds, just because it gives you some flexibility. Doesn't necessarily mean you're planning to pressure there. And now we see, again, Lee Zeta using the drone to kind of check out B main. Kind of traditional slow play posturing for Haven here, where you do a little bit of a spread, you try to catch a pick, and then once you have that pick, rotate into where you have a numbers advantage. And as we kind of watch on the caster vision here, nobody's peeking C long, but other than that, it's everybody holding angles.
Yeah, a massive spread coming out here for Orbital. All across these different sides. Basically, the default is coming out, but the Orbital strike inside of Garage. Beautiful positioning. At least that came in from Cypro, realizing where his opponents were coming from. But Cypro now with the headshot tries to transfer, tries to get on top of the box itself, but he's not going to be able to do so. Now with the satchel, knocks himself back and has to use the showstopper at some point. The last member of Skyer at the back of the site. My goodness. Came out with just pixels, and he's able to land one. Blazewall does come out now, as the rest of Orbital need to take over C.
That's the kind of play that will haunt you when you go to sleep at night. Cypro had the opportunity to do something amazing. Clearly was trying to satchel on top of that box with the rocket, blows themselves back instead, misses with the rocket, and then walks into an operator shot. That's the one that, you know, regardless if you win or lose, they will be replaying in their mind over and over tonight. And right now we see Caillou with another pick. That's 3 so far as he catches a little rain coming out of the garage. Shirze takes down Mugi, and it's now a 1v1. Caillou has this window position to stop the defuse, but with the wall up, they're going to be trading back and forth. And Caillou gets it done. 4K to end the half. It's going to be 8-4, 3-0-3, and that's a very impressive round on attack.
All he had was one bullet in the operator remaining, and he was able to land it. But just like you said, the sides have now switched. Kai, top of the leaderboard, 16-7. Massive display over on his own front. Cypro topping off the leaderboard, 13-11. Very easily, Orbital Takeover can come back. They have now switched the sides. Maybe their attack is way, way better than the defense.
Let's hope so for their sake, because they've got a pretty big hill to climb here. Not only are you behind, but traditionally they say that defenders are favored on most maps. Haven's an interesting one because with the 3 attack sites, it can be a little bit more attacker friendly for sure. And here on this pistol round, we're going to see a hard rush to A, and everybody knows it because we can see the rotations coming out on the defenders as well. But Shirze comes in and with the frenzy here gets a quick double before falling to Mugi. But that's still a numbers advantage to the attackers. They have decided to rotate out of A, and they're going to walk into some folks that we're waiting, and just like that, Triumph almost had a double before falling to Zapper.
Oh, Lasita. Yeah. Inside of Hay. He tried his best. He wasn't able to. He did get 1 kill, though, and that's the thing that you got to kind of take note of. But now it's all to Mugi. 1v2 situation. What is he able to do here? The spike itself has gone down. Watch out for the spread. The post-plant positions that come out from Orbital. They need to be on their toes. The immediate spread comes out. My goodness, Mugi! What? He flicked immediately, using hot hands to heal himself back up. Needs to eliminate his opponent that's behind this big box. Checks inside of wood. Now starts with a defuse, looking for the flank, and that's a headshot. Con. He had his knife out. Mugi with the triple.
The greed on Con, I don't know if he was going to try to catch him defusing because he heard it, but you can't assume the very first sound you hear is the real one. I'm a big proponent of always playing as if it's a fake. Sure, you check it out, but like you plan for them to be ready to fire, and oof.
Oh, I agree. Gotta agree with that one for sure. My goodness. At the end of that,
This goes here.
it was Mugi that came out on top with the triple with the frenzy of all weapons. It's a very, very strong pistol. Only for 400 as well, so you can get that light armor with it. You can get some abilities if you really want to. But It's going to be 303 that come out with a couple of marshals for themselves, but Zapper, these guys all force up. Even though they did not take the round for themselves, they all force up with SMGs and are able to take over C.
Yeah, so this was a very quick take of C, and that works beautifully in their favor because the last time they got this numbers advantage and then they backed out of A. This time they did what I think is the right call. You push in because not only once you have that early pick, you have the numbers advantage, but if you get the spike down, you become the defender. The faster you can get the spike down, the more you put pressure on the team to retake, and here we do see that. Lizeta gets a kill on Lil Rain, gets another one on Sheerzay while Toro takes down Zapper, so Caillou now taking down Concon. This is looking like, oh, yeah. It's looking like it's going to be another defense.
You kind of get confused sometimes. I at least got confused. I didn't know who was remaining there in the last couple seconds, but it's definitely
I looked
going
up
to be...
at the last second.
Yeah.
And I really thought there was one player left, but...
I agree. I thought so too. But 10-4 is what we see at the end of this very, very short game from what we see. We thought that Orbital was going to take this set, not easily, but we thought they were going to take it and be a little bit closer. But 303 Esports, something clicked yesterday, and they are just completely taking over the board right now. 10-4, my goodness, Kai, topping off the leaderboard with 18 kills.
What do you do if you're 303 in this scenario? Because not only were you behind, you know, once you were done with the first half, but both of your attacks, both of these rounds have started with you getting an early pick. Like, they have the numbers advantage and they still can't secure these wins. So what do you do to change this up? That's a trade there. Mugi and Zapper both with kills.
One-for-one trade at the end of that. The Electronic Bolt wanting to bounce off of the wall, maybe try and hit the corner. It's what 303 were doing in the past couple of games. You saw it in the highlights. But now Orbital Takeover wanting to take over Garage. They've definitely done so effectively. But they have set up the post takeover position for Garage. They're not exactly doing anything in terms of getting onto the sites. Right now, they're thinking about A, but they have no idea where these members are.
Yeah, I was just going to say, by going into Garage and then just doing nothing, they actually confused the opposing squad because they were all over the map, but it doesn't matter. Lizeta just popping off here with a double. Triumph with kills as well, so despite the confusion, if you've got one player that can get these multi-kills, it's not going to matter.
Oh, not the result I ended up expecting here in game number 1, 11-4. We've seen it before, Charmer, in multiple games. It doesn't matter what game you're from. We've seen comebacks all across the board. Orbital Takeover, the only problem that they're facing right now is they don't seem like they're an actual team. I don't know what exactly is wrong with them, but yeah, there's something that's just...
I will say, like, to their credit on attack, I feel like they've got things together a bit better. Again, they've been gaining first bloods. They had, in my opinion, a great kind of like rope-a-dope there in Garage. However, it's just not working. Like, at the end of the day, they're just losing their duels, and I don't know how you change anything up to get out of that. Like, at some point, you just have to start winning the fights, and Caillou here takes down Sheerzay to start this round, so already at a disadvantage, and now we see the Hunter's Fury coming out as well.
What? Kai, back at the site, takes out Concon. Concon actually getting onto the site, looking immediately right, and that is not what you wanted to find. The rest of Orbital not actually backing off, surprisingly. So they just want to get onto A side. They want to commit to the push that they had. Zapper, Little Rain, both getting frags for themselves. They need to get the spike itself down. Toro in the corner takes down one with his Ares, but it's going to be Zapper that shuts him down. The spike itself being initiated. Hunter's Fury through the wall. There's one. Can he get the second one? Yes, he can. Can he get the flick onto the third? No, he cannot. But it's Zapper now. 1v1 situation.
This is going to be the battle of the Sovas. And looks like we're going to take an angle. I like not going all the way to the corner here because they're going to try to go wide and catch you. So I like this positioning, but does not matter. Lizeta wins the duel. And again, it just goes back to what I was saying. I feel like Orbital is doing the right things. They're just not winning the duels.
Yeah. It's the constant 1v1s that come across. You saw it there. The post spike plant position wasn't that bad either. That came through from Zapper. You could argue that he maybe could have went into sewers. He could have went into long and looked at the spike, planted for long initially. Like, there's the little things, right? There's the little things. But if he ended up winning the gunfight, that's all he really needed to I guess, prove at the end of the day. Lazita, for some reason, he's using the LMGs to perfection. He's now starting to get a whole lot of kills with the Ares in the last round. He got at least 3, I believe. Now he's got the Odin for himself, so something's just clicking.
And now we're going to see, it looks like a hard push on to C to start this. And this is match point, so they have to win this round on attack. They have not figured out how to do so. Cypro does get the rocket kill on Undefined Triumph, but Mugi kills Zapper. Shirze takes down Mugi, so a lot of trading here. Numbers advantage on the side of Orbital, though, as they try to push in here. Again, they need to take this. Their game life depends on it. They cannot lose a round from here on out. And Caillou, again, whether it's the operator or now this Vandal here, making it easy for his team by taking folks out at a distance.
It's massive. The snipe shooter out of Caillou is insane. He ended up tagging 2 members there as well, which was kind of interesting, is that he even had to reload. He had enough time to reload. He still wasn't punished for his very wide peek into C long. So, I mean, definitely weird, but it's all good. Toro, Shirze goes down. 2 members now of Orbital Takeover. Immediate flick onto the head. Cypro does end up going down. Con last one remaining. And that's going to be a 3-0-3. Take game number 1, 13-4.
That was a beating. Like, I'm just going to come out and say it. That was a bludgeoning. And I don't know what you do if you're Orbital to come back from that. Because, as I said, I felt like, especially when they were on attack, they were making overall good decisions. I didn't see anything that was like, mentally out of place. They just weren't executing. So on the one hand, you could say, hey, what we're doing is fine. We just have to do a little bit better. But on the other hand, it can sometimes be a little bit mentally frustrating because you don't have anything to point out as like, this is what we did wrong.
Right. I gotta agree with you. Right. There's a lot of cases where, they were doing exactly the right things that they needed to, and they just weren't able to finally execute on those things. But let's take a look at the post-game stats, to where we can actually end up seeing the KDAs as well as the timeline eventually. But Kai at the top of the leaderboard, my goodness, 22-9. Zapper slowly following him. So Zapper is another player that we need to watch going into next game. 18-15 on this player as well.
Yeah, whenever I'm looking at stats post-game, one of the things I like to highlight is first blood, because I think that that stat in particular is the one that points out a good advantage you give to your team. And when you're looking at the first bloods here, well, for a moment there we had it, but when you were looking at the first bloods, there was a massive advantage on the side of Cypro, Zapper, right? Like, it's a big disparity here when you only have 6 and you're still winning. Like, that's what's blowing my mind. Caillou and all them were not getting first blood, okay? They were very frequently at a numbers disadvantage, and they were still so dominant here.
Right. Yeah. 4 for Shirze, 4 for Cypro, 3 for Zapper. So a lot of rounds where they could have had their own advantages. They could have had their own, just advantages. But they didn't. They weren't able to execute on a whole lot of the transitions from that point. Let's take a look at the timeline as well, to where we can see the main kind of shifting point of the game. We immediately saw first 2 rounds, it went right over. But in round number 5, something happened to where they were able just to completely take over the match. And I'm talking about 3-0-3 right now. Even though Cypro, he got the first blood, he ended up getting the first pick. It was an immediate trade. Cypher ended up getting a second kill on top of that. So you can't allow him to do that. Immediately following up that, Orbital, they tried with 2 more picks for themselves, trying to even out the leaderboard. But something just did not click, and Sage was able to pop off this round.
Yeah, that Sage really got it done there. And again, this is kind of what I was talking about. They are getting the first blood, but then they were just not able to capitalize on it. And so maybe that is the one thing they can focus on when you talk about execution is we know we can get this early kill advantage, but we have to be able to then push in. Perhaps this is just a perhaps this is an example of Haven being a bad map. I have seen some teams have struggles on Haven because when you have the 3 sites, it can be very tempting to try to rotate instead of just committing. Because if something feels off, there's 2 whole other sites that you can go to. Maybe as we go to now these 2-sided maps, we see them perform a little bit better because they kind of lose that decision making, maybe hampering them. I call it paralysis by analysis sometimes.
Yeah, but I guess the only counter argument is that 303, they dominated on both attack and defense, so they knew exactly what they were able to do for defense, at least in terms of rotating power. You know, when to rotate, where to rotate to. So we're gonna have to see as we continue on. Maybe in the grand finals we'll see another Haven. However, that's only game number 1, ladies and gentlemen. We have 2 best of 3s to play here tonight, and we're going to be heading into game number 2 of the first best of 3. So don't go anywhere. We got the Risen Valorant Invitational, game number 2, coming up in just a little bit.
She's so far away.
Hanging by a thread, hung upon all the words you said, breaking free from this conformity that you force on.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to some more Valorant Risen action. Of course, my name, the saved one. Joining me is Charmer. How are you feeling after game number 1, Charmer?
Honestly, I'm feeling surprised. I was not expecting a 13-4 result, specifically because of how good Orbital is. We've seen really great results from them in the past, and they looked great in the past couple days. So I'm shocked.
Yeah, and I think this is where this next game is going to test Orbital's skill for sure. They know exactly how 303 play now. They know that their rotations are absolutely insane, especially on a map like Bind. This is a lot smaller map, and rotations can happen within, it takes 15 seconds to get from one bomb site to the other. So we have to expect a lot of difference of playstyles for sure.
Yeah, with the teleporters, it just compounds things. Yes, you're kind of letting everybody know exactly where you're going, but sometimes that's a good thing too. It allows for a bit of mind games at times, and as you were saying, it really helps with the rotations. Like it is a short walk from one site to another, and then the teleporters is even faster. So I'm really excited to see what we see out of Bind here.
Yeah, so we're gonna have to just wait until the game itself is ready to go. We've got just a couple of seconds. You guys gotta wait a couple of seconds before we actually get into this. Pick phase is already done. The guys are loading up the map itself, but it's all good. Game number 2. I'm expecting a couple of differences here.
Yeah, I was gonna say, are you willing to put down a prediction here? Do you think that
Here.
303 is gonna win
left.
this? Do you think Orbital comes back?
Yes.
The one problem that I saw out of Orbital was their rotational power, like you said, is that they are, you know, they have the strats, right? But they don't exactly have the, sometimes I guess their gun skill isn't just as good. But this is really where the rotational power has to come through on a map like Bind. Last second, sometimes you have to decide, you know what, B, we ended up getting maybe a couple picks on it, but the opponents are now rotating. Let's try and rotate back on over to C, or back over to A, and see what we could do. So I think right now, 303, it looks like they're going to take this match, but I could be completely wrong.
Well, right now we're going to see a 5-person push onto Site B here, and looks like the calls are out because we see Sova starting to rotate from A. Looks like Sage is going to book it. Phoenix is taking the long way, though, so there's a chance that, in theory, could favor the attackers. However, the attackers have already lost 2 players. Spike is down, but now Lee Zeta gets somebody with that shock dart. We knew it was only a matter of time, and now it's a 4v2 as they go to establish this retake.
It's all about the angles. It's all about the angles for sure. Mugi gets 1 pick. There you go. Toro onto Little Rain as well. The whole entire side of Orbital completely flopping on the ground. They are all eliminated, and it's going to be 303 that take round number 1.
And taking round number 1 is always great because it means you traditionally have a firepower advantage when you're going into round 2. I think that it is heavily favored if you win round 1 that you win round 2. Not to say it doesn't happen, but certainly heavily favored. And if you're 303, that means good things. If you're Orbital, it means you've got to check your mental fortitude because you kind of got stomped the last game. And if you start 0-2 game 2, you got to have a gut check there and say, okay, let's settle down. Let's execute. We know we can do this.
Right.
And we see the push out into bathrooms here. I like this play by Mugi.
Massive, massive stuff coming from Mugi. Placida as well. Woo! Insane stuff. However, Orbital, they want to continue this push. They've been very persistent, even on Haven. Whenever they have a plan, they do not change that plan, and that's usually what we've been seeing from them. Lazita. What? He tried a couple of angles. Scherze onto Kai is massive.
Yeah, that really opens things up for them to be able to try to push in. Numbers are even at the moment, though. Some additional damage on the side of Orbital here. Sage a little bit low, carrying that spike, and we hear the teleporter. That's interesting because that says somebody has to go and check B, but it also says to the attackers, hey, they're down 1 person on site A. They recognize that. I think they're going to push in. We see Toro here watching bathrooms from the heaven position on A. Lee Zeta here holding this mid angle, and Toro catches them lurking in the bathrooms. Lee Zeta catches a mid to make that a double, triple for the round, and that is an easy defender victory.
Massive. Orbital, they've been doing that for a lot of rounds where they just end up, they pick up any sort of weapons that they can find from their opponent, or from their opponents. But look at the loadout that they have going on right now. Handles and a Phantom. Nothing too surprising. Nothing too surprising. Usually in round number 3, that's where a lot of teams will opt to go towards. But the big test of skill, can 303 continue their aggression regardless of the guns?
Yeah, I think Lee Zeta heard us mentioning him being the player to watch and how he was a little underperforming that first round. 4-0 to start. And we see the drone going out, checking bathrooms. Nothing there. Get flashed, which is a bit of a posturing mid, but they're not really committing. Right now, we see from Orbital, they are looking for a pick. They've got folks posturing at kind of all the different angles. And they don't even have somebody with the spike, which is, again, usually the sign of a slow play. Reza's going to go pick it up now just to make sure. And it looks like they're going to push into Site A and also into the bullets of Mugi. That's an easy kill on Scherze as he comes around the corner.
Massive. Mugi continuing to sit in this corner. The recon bolt over towards the back of the site. The curveball does come out. The peak. A lot of damage coming out as well. 1-for-1 trade at the end of that little thing. And Concon finally getting his first double kill here of the series itself. Wasn't able to get any sort of kill there in the last game. But you know what? Sometimes all you need is a prep. Placida, there you go. The shock bolt master, baby. He's coming out to play finally here on Bind. Getting all of the angles needed. But now in this 2v2 situation, can Orbital take their first round?
Well, Lizeta is going to check that right corner with the shock dart, and then Undefined finishes it off, and now it's a 2v1. And that gives you a lot of information because you know where those darts are coming from, but he does still take out Undefined, so now it's the Sova showdown. Zapper and Lizeta, both great players here, trying to get some wall bangs, and Zapper with the clutch.
Massive. There you go, Zapper. Finally clutching it up for his team. He was at the top of the leaderboards in the last game. Wasn't able to carry his team, though. Him and Concon topping off the leaderboard itself with 3 and 3 apiece. Lizeta, top of his own leaderboard, 5 and 1. All thanks to his shock bolts, the good old trusties. I think he got like 2. Yeah, he's gotten 2 kills with them so far. So gotta watch out for this solo player, man. He just needed 1 game.
Yeah, he just needed to warm up. That's all.
Yep.
Now he's bringing the thunder, pun intended. But we're going to be starting round 4 here. And it looks like now the decision is going to be B. We do have Cypher kind of putting that trap at the off flank there. But as we look at the mini map, everybody is posturing here for B. We got a couple of folks coming out of hookah now. Caillou, however, denying Shearzay before falling here. And a lot of trading going on there, actually. So it's now a 3v3.
Joke's over. You're dead.
And this is a very nice wall coming out by the Sage, allowing you to get the spike down, but they pushed through it pretty quickly. Again, that wall has been nerfed recently, and Mugi gets a kill before coming back to his body.
The run it back was a
Curveball
very
goes
effective.
out.
The curveball, exactly, onto the site itself. Now into the container itself, completely getting the back of the player. He saw the transfer available, wasn't able to capitalize on 2. 303. All they needed was 1 round, a 1 round buffer. They didn't exactly have the guns, but they definitely did this round and are able to go up 3-1.
And again, it's that mental check. Every time that you start to get things going, 303 says no, right? If you're Orbital, it's got to be very deflating. So they really need to put, in my opinion, a run together where you get, 3 or 4 wins in a row, not just because you need to catch up at this point, but also you got to remind yourself that, hey, we're capable of doing this. So thus far, I mean, if you're going back to the previous game, they have not won many rounds in the last 10 to 15. It's been challenging, to say the least.
Orbital Takeover having Bulldogs as well as a Spectre, I believe, on some of their members. So they're not sitting in the absolute best position. Hunter's Fury completely in the wrong direction of the opponents. He saw the outline but didn't aim in the right direction. But now the immediate aggression into bathrooms is exactly what Mugi is trying to look for. Didn't want to pull out any sort of utility and does get shot down by Shearzay. Pistol round. It's the eco round that's coming through from Orbital. And they are able to get onto these sites. Little Rain with 1 more kill for himself. Cypro inside of Newhall might want to try and get the heck out of here. And then that's massive. And that is massive. The showstopper came through for himself. And Kai inside of Heaven is trying to look for his own kills.
This is exactly what I was hoping to see out of Orbital. They got that early pick, specifically a pistol versus a Vandal, and then they pushed in. They took advantage of the first blood, and they get a Thrifty with 4 players alive. It's not, uncommon to see a Thrifty win, but with 4 players alive at the end of it, that shows you they executed. They finally got what they wanted out of a round, and now you can see Vandals on the side of Zapper, Concon, and friends all the way around. So we'll see if they can transfer this into, again, a string of wins. This is exactly what Orbital needs.
Yeah. I was waiting for this type of play from a lot of these teams, is where they just end up saving. Some teams just don't want to save for some reason. In competitive Valorant, some teams are like, you know what, I want to try and max out every single buy and see what I can find. Let's see that. There you go. Massive. Hunter's Fury through the wall onto Shearzay. Does end up going down. Huge. Does end up rezzing him, though. Little Rain onto Shearzay, saying that, you know what, my ally was enough. Kai inside of the corner, inside of Hookah. Huge swing that came through from him. Now 1 more Sky Smoke just to try and defend it, but he's not able to. Concon did end up rushing him, ends up picking up a Vandal for himself as well, or I believe he already had a Vandal, so he's fine. But the rest of 303 on the site with shorties, what can they do?
Well, Toro can apparently take down Concon before falling to the trade frag, but they did push in, And now we see Mugi here taking down Shirze, trying to, does get the spike carrier. Wow.
What?
Like, I can't
That's
even
not-
process how fast that went.
That is not what we expected whatsoever. I believe 303 were saving there. I believe, yeah, I think that they were saving. We'll watch it. We'll look for that in the timeline, but after the game. But my goodness, that round was not 303s to win whatsoever. They had, what was their best weapon? They had, I don't think they had a bulldog. 3 of their members
I thought they
had
a
like
stinger.
Yeah, that was just not that was just not their round to win. But anything can happen in a game of Valorant when you end up getting the correct picks for yourself. Massive play coming out of 303 Esports. 4-2, heading into round number 7.
And so we see the scouting on A, but it also appears the call out is on A because we see that Brimstone kind of lurking around in the back. We'll see whether or not they decide to hard commit to this, if Orbital is going to push. We have not seen much rotation out of them. They've been committing to these sites one way or the other, and see a quick trade here. Lizeta takes down Shirze before Cypro gets the counter frag. Mugi, though, gets Con, and there's no way. Well, I was going to say no way you're not taking damage from that, but thought he might end up actually dying as well. A bit of a wrong turn there. Mugi catches Lil Rain.
That was a fast round. There you go. If you guys want fast, clean action, watch 303 Esports, because they constantly come round after round after round, and all you need is a run it back. Mugi ended up taking out 1 for sure, and then a little bit of damage onto the second member. But that ultimate, I feel like it's one of the most underrated ultimates in the game, honestly, because run it back is just so incredibly good for scouting out a site. You can use all of your abilities with it, and just it forces your opponents to either stay in their corners and take out the clone, or just try and face it one-on-one with doing absolutely no damage to your opponent.
Yeah, I think it's a bit of a double-edged sword because it's, in my opinion, very useful when you've got your team with you, so that you can use it to scout and let them get counter frags. But in those kind of solo scenarios, or even when you're down, right, if you're trying to win that 1v2, when you use it and you go back to that spawn point where you used it at, sometimes there's just somebody waiting to pounce on you. So I love it. I think it's a beautiful ult, but I do think that it's something that requires a bit more team play than it looks like it should on paper.
Shirze trying to lurk onto A side itself. He's not going to be checking his back, but does get a headshot. What? Mugi, he tried to do whatever, but he does end up picking up 3. So kind of, you know, avenging his dead teammate, but does get shot from the left-hand side. Didn't check inside the bathrooms. It's going to be a 2v2 actually now at the end of that massive trade. Con not wanting to plant the spike just yet means that he's trying to lurk for more kills. We can obviously see through the x-rays where these players are, as well as on the minimap itself. 2 that are sitting inside of U-Haul. Kai now wants to peek on out, looking over by Safe. Can he catch this player off guard?
Well, he knows right where he is, and he catches him with the wallbang, but dies to the counter. I cannot believe that Sheriff headshot. Shock dart incoming, you turn, you peek, and just one tap. What a beautiful play.
CSGO players, man. They have experience. They have experience with the Deagle. And this is exactly the type of skills that transfer on over. The Sheriff, super useful if you can land those shots. And that is exactly what Shirze was looking for there in that trade. The 1-for-1 was fine for him. And it was definitely fine for the round itself, as Orbital Takeover are now down, only down by 2. So going 6-6 half would not be too bad from what they're looking at.
I mean, it would be a step up from their last game, which I think they would happily welcome, just to kind of keep their tournament hopes alive. And right now they're a bit spread out. It looks like the decision is going to be to push B, with Phoenix perhaps just trying to catch somebody lurking, or maybe trying to distract, cause a ruckus over there at A. But they are moving into hookah now with the drone. You can see them taking it out, and now they're going to be pushing into hookah proper.
Smoke's down.
Flurry utility getting used, and this is pretty common. There's posturing, utility, and then it's kind of like the thunder before the storm. You see everything kind of trying to check. Maybe you get something lucky, maybe you get that pick, and then once all the utility comes down, I'm expecting a bit of a bloodbath here.
The immediate rotation now coming out for Scherze as he wants to try and lurk out over by A site, and that's exactly what 303 want to do as well. They were very, very confident for this rotational play coming through. The Blazewall does go out, and it's going to be a 1v1 inside of U-Haul. Who is going to win it, the Sage or the Phoenix? The immediate flick down from Scherze, and Toro takes it.
So Scherze falls, but if they can get in and get this planted, maybe it's worth it. Just because that was all distraction. The entire rest of the squad is here on the B site. However, Caillou is here to say, hey, 1 down, 2 down, almost 3 down, and that should hopefully be enough of a stall that his squad can get over here, interrupt things. Yes, the spike is planted, but the numbers are now still in the favor of the defenders. Lizeta with a kill on Lil Rain. And now Toro cleans it up, takes down Cypro, and this will be a defuse. So Caillou really bailed them out there because, again, most of the squad was over on A. They kind of bought into the distraction that Scherze was trying to create. And then with a quick double kill, and then even got some more damage as well, really bought them the time that they needed for the teammates to rotate over. I'm almost stunned. I'm a bit speechless.
This should do.
Yeah, even I never usually get analysis from my producers, but I'm looking at here in the Discord chat, and our mainstream director, Impulse, says that just want to point out that Orbital does not have a smoke character. So no Omen, no no Jet, no Brimstone, the most basic smoke character. So Orbital going full on aggression here on this site, 1 for 1 already to start this off.
They might not have smoke, but they have Raze, and I've been told by Riot that she zones characters, right?
Yeah?
She's a zoning character.
Okay, yeah.
But a couple of kills going out on both sides.
Yeah, the 1 for 1 is massive. Inside of U-Haul is another couple of members. They might end up doing the 1v1 action.
Whoa.
The 1v1 dance, and Cypro definitely gets that job done. Neural Theft now is out, as they know exactly where these members are. Cypro ends up flanking exactly when he needed to, and Zapper realizes that he has his ultimate, and since Cypro did not have a Vandal, he just killed him.
Well, that was a very important round on the side of Orbital. It was much needed because 303's already hit that magic number 6, where even if they lose for the next 2 rounds before the half switch, they will have at least a tied game. And they had the lead going in at the half at the last game, so again, Orbital really needs to pull this together. You'd love a 6-6 half.
Revealing area.
Let's watch out to see how Orbital is able to take these different sites. Usually it's Scherze that ends up lurking on these different flanks, but right now it's going to be Concon. He's over on that left-hand side. He might want to check out Fountain. He's trying to lurk inside of B-Long. Not able to find anybody just yet, so it means his job, you know, it's not unsuccessful, but it just means that he can't exactly pick off anybody that's being too aggressive. Inside of Bathrooms, there is going to be a 1v1, and Scherze ends up winning it, but the return from Lizeta is able to take down Scherze. It's a 1 for 1 at the end of that.
Yeah, I thought for a moment there that it was going to be a just straight up ambush because Mugi was waiting there, but here we see Cypro with the nice rocket kill on Caillou. Again, it's a zoning tool. Toro catches Concon before falling to Lil Rain. And we have the Hunter's Fury going out, and he catches Cypro with it. Lizeta showing why he's so great with these lightning-based abilities. But 303 has a big hill to climb here. Lil Rain gets a kill on Undefined Triumph. And Orbital now has this 3v1 advantage. Make that a 3v none. Zapper takes down Lizeta. So 5-6 is already a bit of a triumph because 5 rounds won is more than they had all of last game.
Exactly. The game itself ended 13-4. And now Orbital Takeover are looking like they want a 6-6 half. If they could do that and go on to defense, I would call that a W on my part to potentially go into game number 3. I would love to see split. I don't know about you, Charmer, but I would love to see a game 3 split. But right now, we got to get through Bind. We got to get through Bind.
Listen, I'm going to be honest, and I catch a lot of flack for this, but Split's my favorite map. So I would love to see Split.
Split's fun.
But we see Mugi here popping off a little bit with his run it back. Catches Cypro. So that's going to be a great start. Oh my lord. Sheersay with the ambush of his own coming from bathrooms. That is exactly what you needed if you were Orbital, to push things back in your favor after falling to that early first blood. And all of a sudden we see Caillou here trying to make a play from heaven, but he's been slowed. Just inching out. Picks up a better weapon, so this might help.
Watch out for their aggression. Watch out to see how Orbital ends up trying to take, or just trying to defend the point itself. It's going to be off the bat of Sheersay, potentially getting the kill inside of heaven. We do see Concon now actually going for the flank itself. But is Kai able to get the kill on his right-hand side? He did not look at the correct time. It's going to be Concon taking out the last one. There you go, 6-6 half.
Well, I know it sounds weird, but I would be really happy if I was Orbital with a 6-6. Really happy. Normally you're like, okay, well, neither team are really happy, but after that 13-4 beating in the first game, you would feel pretty good about this. So this is a very important half. So they are swapping, obviously, and they're going to be on defense, but this is a really important half because this is their tournament life on the line. This is a single elimination bracket, best of 3, but they are down a game, and these next few rounds are going to decide whether or not we get to see them on Split, or whether they are relegated to just being spectators.
I do not know what the heck is happening to Concon here in this match. Oh, that's unfortunate. That was a cool arrow cam, though. That was awesome. I don't know what's going on with Concon here in this match, but he is completely topping off the leaderboard. Did not play. He honestly just didn't play on Haven. I don't think he ended up getting a kill at the end of it, but something turned on for him here on Bind. Maybe this is just a way better map for him. But Sheersay inside of U-Haul. He's looking for his own advantages, but he backs on up into the corner itself as we see the spread come up for 3-3.
Yeah, if anything, it's a bit dangerous for the other squad that Concon has started to show up, because they did so well with him doing nothing, and now he's decided to actually play, so look out. But Orbital here kind of spread out. They've got 3 on B, but it looks like the posture is for A, so the minute that they can push in here, again, it kind of feels like they're waiting to get this pick, playing it slow, but with the time ticking down, you have to assume it's going to be coming soon, and they round the corner. If I'm being honest, I'm happy with the trade there with 3 people swinging on you. That could have easily not went that way, but Zapper catches Lee Zeta, and now it's a 4v3 advantage to the defenders. This arrow is going to go out. They break through the wall. They know Sage is on the other side, so they're going to swing on her, and she's not even looking in the right direction.
Ooh, that would have been really sick if if they were able to flick from the spike itself, but they are going to do it. There you go. Orbital takeover. They take the pistol round itself, and they now need to try and transition this very small lead into the next round itself. The one thing that we were talking about all weekend is that in round number 2, if you end up winning round 1, in round 2, do you buy up? A lot of competitive teams have just been buying the full heavy armor and just saving for round 3, where they can actually battle with Vandals for each of the squads. But right now, here in the amateur scene, Orbital takeover, just going to be playing with full upgraded weapons.
Yeah, I'm on the side of making sure you can full buy on 3. That's the way that I've been playing, just because there's no point in giving yourself an advantage if you're going to be in an immediate disadvantage following, and even just going heavy armor, it's at least a small advantage without the threat of a disadvantage later. So I'm in camp, make sure you can match their buy on 3. But as you said, in many of these amateur tournaments, we see the full buy for the second round. Well, not necessarily full buy, but as much as you can after a victory, or Spectres, etc. And using that to their advantage. In this case, we see Lil Rain with this Phantom buying just the half armor to be able to purchase that. And the action starts. They're pushing into B, but Zapper with a double and Lil Rain with a double before Caillou finally answers. But this is now a 4v1 in favor of the defenders.
And that is complete domination. There you go. Orbital takeover. Completely wipe out the board itself. Of course, they ended up having the full buys for themselves. We were talking about that all last round. But now is really when the tides end up potentially switching, right? If Cypro and Little Rain, if they can't completely dominate, well, and Scherze, dominate in their own front, then I don't know. Because Con Zapper, they're at a disadvantage, but we've seen the Spectre sometimes come out on top. We've seen the Bulldog do some crazy stuff. It's not as good as the Vandal, but we'll see what happens here in this round.
And it does look like we're going to see a bit of a slow play to start here. Knowing that you've got an advantage, whenever you have these Vandals versus Spectres, I usually see folks try to push A because it's a longer site and you can kind of use that to your advantage where the Vandals really shine. But looks like the plan is going to be them pushing into Hookah here. Slow push, but now the jig is up. They were just spotted. So I expect call out. However, there's still 3 people on A. So this is really interesting. You know that there was folks in Hookah there. And finally, it looks like the Raze is going to rotate over, provide some additional backline help. But I guess without a hard commit, they don't want to do the exact like full bite call out.
Yeah, it's just because the spike itself hasn't been shown, right? And that's just it's kind of CS:GO rules. Is that if the bomb itself isn't shown, then don't end up rotating, and that is what they're kind of trying to follow right now. Now, finally, Orbital, they're starting to transfer members on over, and this is the completely wrong time, right? Sova has to stay here on the site itself. They know that the Sky Smokes are coming out. Raze immediately 180s and has been sitting in the base basically this whole entire time. Zapper now needs to try and go for the swing. Ends up getting his counterpart Ditto, but needs to find more. The Shock Bolts going into the corners themselves. Brimstone in the worst position now for himself, but he's sitting in the corner right behind him. Scherze inside of bathrooms knows that there's one member back here. Triumph ends up taking out Zapper as well. Massive stuff coming out here from 303. Cypro with one more does get traded up by Mugi. Con, last one remaining, gets headshot by Undefined Triumph, and that is going to be 303 taking their first round of the half.
That was really bad timing for the defensive rotation. The only reason I had mentioned it before was there was a moment when the Sage who was carrying the spike was spotted in Hookah. And I think that the one player might have just missed it because they were kind of jumping around and then they turned around and shot the dart, the Sova arrow, the sonar arrow. But there was a brief moment where Sage with the spike was spotted in Hookah. But by the time they rotated, they were not home. So I think it was just unfortunate timing. We'll see if they can clean things up. But this is an early trade to start things off here. Now Lee Zeta gives a advantage to the side of 303 with that kill on Zapper. And Cypro there almost taken down, and the spike is certainly down now with Lil Rain just lighting up Toro, also taking down Undefined Triumph. Can't quite get it done with Caillou, but that was really impressive from Lil Rain. The law is in town, and the sheriff came up big.
Yeah, massive. Ended up getting a double kill. He tried to get a triple and wasn't able to do it. If he was able to get that triple, that would have been massive. It would have left them in a 1v1 situation. But it's unfortunate. So many Fs. However, we look at the scoreboard now, and it's 8-8. Top fragger, it's going to be Zapper, 14-10. Mugi, 17-12. Both on their own. It does look like Orbital has been sharing a lot of the kills as well. Their synergy is really starting to show here on Bind. I think it's all thanks to their defense because they know exactly when to rotate and when not to.
So at the start of this round, we are going to see, again, a bit of that slow push, just trying to get some information. They're all spread out. This is the pretty standard, like 2-1-2, try to catch a pick start that we see on the side of 303 as they're pushing a couple of folks into bathrooms. And now it looks like with Sova coming over from B that they might be thinking A here. And I think this is a pretty safe call. If you can get safely into bathrooms, then you know that they're likely playing passive on A. And that limits the amount of places that you need to peek. Now, that's not to say there aren't still some hard angles here, but Brimstone going to ult one of the traditional spots that folks are sitting. Zapper does catch the Phoenix ult coming out of the bathroom though, so he knows that somebody's there.
Kill my ally.
Yep, Zapper with one. There you go. Shurzay looking outside of U-Haul, now trying to get two. Zapper is able to pick up that kill, though. Mugi onto Cypro. They know exactly where this player is as well. The immediate slow orbit to bathrooms to try and eliminate him, or at least stall him a little bit longer, is going to be very, very effective. Cypro does end up getting rezzed. And now, can they actually get onto the sites? No, they're just going to go back. They're going to save their weapons, and they're just going to concede the spike itself. It's on the point.
Yeah, I think this is the right call. You're in a very tight game. It's 8-8. So at this point, you don't push into this 2v5. You take the save. You're going to need every bit of advantage that you can get. This is not a one-sided blowout where you're trying to force. And specifically on the side of 303, just saving here is also fine because you're up a game. There's not that like need, that feeling of despair or just required, all right, let's try to force this, let's try to make something happen. So really like this play. I really wish in the amateur scene I would see more save plays taken. It's not something that I've been witnessing a lot in these events.
Yeah, I think a lot of teams are starting to kind of get it, you know, like sacrificing one round if you have the momentum isn't a bad thing, right? You give your opponents one, or maybe even you use the pistols to deny a lot of the weapons and end up picking up a couple of them as well. So we got to watch out for these different amateur teams as they continuously try and learn this game in these tournament formats. However, it's on site B that 303 want to get onto the spike itself inside a market, just so that Brimstone can walk into it if they end up actually going over to B.
Yeah, you have to think that's the plan, but Zapper takes down Toro. They're inside a hookah, excuse me. Apparently it's a hooker. Whoops.
Whoopsie.
And that might be a problem. So Cypro takes down Undefined Triumph, and now there is nobody to swing back through and pick up that spike, and so 303 is down 2 players and has nobody near the objective. Mugi does take down Concon and Lil Rain though, so that's going to even things up. We'll have to backtrack to get the spike, but this is a much needed double kill, and now Caillou taking down Zapper. Ult's going to go out so that they can see where they're rotating from.
Oh,
Cypro does step out and catch Caillou though.
Yep, it's 12 seconds remaining. If they can get onto the site and plant the spike, they're going to be able to do so, but the wide flank does come out. Shurzay on the right-hand side. Ditto versus Ditto. Phoenix versus Phoenix. Inside the container, Shurzay with the double. Diffuses the spike with so many seconds to go. Orbital takeover on double digits.
That was such a fun round from the back and forth standpoint.
Yeah.
Because 303 fell pretty far behind. They lost 2 players to picks. They had nobody near the spike. Everything looked like it was just falling apart. And then after a quick double, they managed to change things back into their favor a bit. They pushed out onto B. You thought they were going to get a good plant, and then all of a sudden, you know, the rotation and Caillou gets some more kills, disrupts that. Just overall, the flow of that round was very, very entertaining because it was so back and forth and was not just an absolute blowout.
That's true. Definitely very true. We're starting to see both of these teams learn each other's weaknesses, and that is what is enabling each team to come out on top. But gotta watch out here in this round, as it is looking currently like an A push. But there are 2 members that are inside of hookah. If they want to rotate with this mid portal, it could be the advantage for either team, or at least for the attackers, which is going to be 303. Inside of U-Haul, the 1v1 goes down. And it's going to be Shurzay that rides off of his own momentum and takes down Mugi.
Yeah, I liked what you were suggesting with the teleport rotation there, but losing a player to a pick like that was such a good peak. And now it is a 4v5, and you're going to be pushing into A, but they kind of expect it, right? We see 3 players already on A as well, and now the Rocket tries to come out, catches Caillou, but Caillou with the counter frag as well. So Caillou essentially killing Cypro while the Rocket is in mid-air. But we see the spike coming down now, just as that wall breaks.
surprising. Zapper, Scherze, 2 kills for themselves. Orbital takeover now, getting onto the points themselves, and just need to try and defuse the spike itself. Very simple play. Post spike plant positions were not able to do it from 303. And there you go, 11-8. Orbital takeover. We might be going to game 3.
We very well could be going to a game 3 here, and that excites me because I like watching Split and I like playing Split, but there's a part of me that wonders whether or not this was a bit on purpose, because Orbital Takeover is taking over this game, and if they can ride this momentum into the 3rd game, they could take over the series. So maybe just kind of playing up to their namesake a little. Who knows?
Maybe.
Yes.
Maybe. I think, you know, I think in game 1 they were really having fun. You know, they were just trying to have as much fun as possible, just trying to play around, maybe warm up a little bit. But here in this one, they are completely on the same page as each other with the rotations, how easy it is to rotate onto each site. Whoever's calling that out as well is so incredibly good. But it's going to be the Hunter's Fury through the wall. Lasita, can he land the last one? No, he cannot. So he was able to land one, but it's got to be the recon bolt that lands onto the site itself that enables 303 to get in.
And Kankan with a kill on Caillou, showing the Cypher who the better Cypher is. Especially, that's impressive because Caillou had such a great first round and Kankan didn't, let's be honest. And winning that duel there, getting the ult off, getting that crucial information is very important. And 303, uphill battle. You're down in numbers. You've got to kind of slow this down and then make one final push because, again, because of Kankan's ult, they knew where you were. And Kankan very patient here. Traditional Cypher player, gonna get this ambush.
Whoa! He was moving while shooting. Basics. Toro now with 2. Zapper takes out 1 for himself. The immediate rotation is gonna be coming through. Lasita, huge play from him. Zapper inside of the portal. Has to look onto the site with Cypro. Synergize this, ladies and gentlemen. Synergize this if you want to try and do anything here. Kai does end up getting rezzed, but it's Zapper inside of Hookah. Can he land the shots that he needs to? Lands now onto the ground inside of Wood. There are 3 members of Orbital, or there's 2 members of Orbital. It's going to be Lasita. He does try and go for the wide peak. The defuse is now going to be coming out. They need to get inside of Hookah, get inside of Wood. Cypro goes aggressive, lands the headshot. Signature ability available, does use the grenade inside of Hookah itself. Can predict where his opponent is. 33 HP, wants to take it to match point. Now, Spike is on half HP. Can he land the headshot? Toro with the triple. Saves 303. 9-11 is the score.
That's the worst spot to be in if you're 303 at the end there, because you know you have to keep defusing and you know exactly where your opponent is coming from and you just have to pray they miss the shot. That's all it comes down to. The spike timer was not going to be forgiving. You couldn't let up. Even though you already had it at half, there just wasn't enough time to try to counter that particular push out. So that's always that gut-wrenching feeling of, I hope that they, you know, shoot while running or just make that mental mistake because you're sitting duck.
303. This is a team. Never expected to see these guys in this position. But when they were facing Sarah Cameron, they did not look like this team. They did not look like the team that was going to come out in the semifinals and actually take Orbital the distance. But it's going to be Zapper that gets taken out initially. That is massive for 303.
Yeah, that's a very nice pick for a couple of reasons. Not only is it the numbers advantage, but it happened on site A. 4 players are already posturing on B, and so that means that you're going to have a lopsided advantage coming into this, and then once you hopefully win this, get the spike planted, you're going to be able to get into those nice defensive positions.
Here.
Though, of course, the minute I say that, it looks like the call is actually to rotate A, so they're going to continue to make noise here. Counts against them, though, with Lil Rain and Sheerzay getting kills on the players left behind, and so all of that advantage that I was just praising was just thrown out the window as they push into site A here. Sheerzay catches Toro as well. This is a disaster.
Triumph knows his position. Needs to take out the member inside of U-Haul with Sheerzay wanting to go aggressive. Double curveball does come out, but he doesn't want to rush anything just yet. 3 members are on the site itself. Little Rain does end up getting 1 pick for himself, 26 HP. Wants to go inside of short, but the defuse is now going to be going out. Lucida not able to transfer the sprays. Con finishes it off. Orbital takeover. Go to match point.
I'm just shocked at how that went down, because I thought for sure with the map positioning and with the information that 303 had at their disposal that they got the pick on A, they had made noise there, so that meant that 4 players here on B had, you know, again, they just wait a couple of seconds in case maybe there's a rotation, not likely, but just in case, and then they've just got a clear advantage to push in. So for them to back out and then have that such a disastrous outcome is a bit shocking to me.
Yeah, there's a lot of things that we obviously need to talk about. Orbital takeover. This is a completely different team, different top fragger as well. Con playing way better than last game, but this is incredibly close. You cannot count 303 out just yet, just like how you couldn't count Orbital out in the last game. No matter what the score was, it's now all up to 303. Can they actually attack correctly? Zapper using Hunter's Fury gets no one. Oh, you got one.
Yeah, catches a little bit there. Not probably enough to really make an impact, though. And again, this is that slow play start, just trying to feel it out. And this worked really well for 303 last round. They just couldn't capitalize on it. So I like this play. It's going to be almost an exact replica of before. 1 kind of hanging out A. Maybe you catch that pick. The 4 trying to go into B. I like everything about this, but this is a huge ult from Undefined Triumph, taking down Shearsay. And again, this is what happened last time. So now I want to see the aggressive push. And I think they realize their mistake, because now they're just pouring out. They do run into Lil Rain, though. He takes down Mugi. Oh my lord. Lil Rain with a double and
exactly where you are.
All
eventually
across
falls.
the
So
board.
they did still get the push out, though. So the spike is planted.
Yeah.
It's 2v2,
Yeah.
but one player has a sliver of health.
Watch out for Cypro. Is he able to land these first kills? Oh, that Zapper immediately gets onto the site here, but it's going to be 303 that has 1 member remaining. Where is the Cypher? He's inside of elbow from what we see, but Zapper has no idea. The slow peek is going to be coming out here now. Zapper has to look towards this corner. Is going to check his right-hand side is the really big question. The shots go out. Zapper knows exactly where this player is. Fakes the defuse itself. The camera comes out, immediately destroyed. Now go for the peak. Can he land the shots? It's Kai, baby. They go to double digits. 303. Keep themselves alive.
What a beautiful round by Caillou there. The patience. The absolute patience. As I said before, you always play for the first one to be a fake. But there was, what, 3, 4 spike taps there? And he just waited it out, knowing the spike timer, knowing that he could get this advantage, and then does finally win the duel on the swing. Caillou, very beautiful play there. Very Cypher-like. It's not surprised that Caillou plays a character like Cypher, because Cypher is, in my opinion, the hurry up and wait agent of the game. So, beautiful. Chef's kiss.
Love it. For sure. 303. They've been doing the strat a couple of rounds in a row. Initially go over to A, scout it out, maybe get a pick, maybe not. Oh, there you go. Already playing out my storyline. Get a pick, and then maybe rotate. Maybe rotate. Hunter Fury now going out, able to hit 1. Might need to hit his buddy, but telling him to move the heck out of the way. Kai, double kill. Lucida, 1 more. E303, they want to stay in this. They just got to get the spike down.
Yeah, I absolutely loved this particular plan, because the last time they got that pick, they went B. The time before that, they got that pick, they went B. This time they get the pick and hard push A, catching their opponent off guard with Triumph catching Con there, and now it is a 5v1. Lil Rain stuck here in U-Haul. I got to imagine that this is just going to end up being a save. There's no way that you're going to be able to do this 1v5. I don't know. You got a Spectre. You're not really saving anything. Perhaps you just do this to try to deny weapons for your opponent. Yeah, and it does look like that's going to be the call. You push out towards the end, maybe catch a kill or 2.
Yeah.
But that's a flawless And right when we were talking about maybe seeing split, 303 has pulled within 1. They got it together.
My heart. All we need is 1. My goodness. Wait, Sarah Cameron won the other series? What? Powerhouse didn't beat Sarah Cameron? Sorry, I'm spoiling. I'm just surprised.
That is
giving you guys.
No, that's fine, because that is just shocking to me. Because not only was it a win, but it was a 2-0 win, and they finished 13-0. So
Powerhouse
it wasn't
was
even
drunk.
like, yeah, it wasn't even like it was a close win. I am baffled by that outcome that the administrators just shared with us, but we still have our own amazing game going on, and right now, 303 is again posturing A, looking for those early picks.
This is
And
the most
maybe
important
rotating
round.
now.
This is the most important round. This is it. Orbital takeover. They win this. We're going to game 3, map 3. If 303 win this, then we're going to endgame. I love it. This is why I love Valorant, is because every single round counts here in this late game situation. It's got to be 303. They have their sights on B. Do they execute it though?
Yeah, the one thing that's a little bit different this time versus the previous rounds that they did catch wins is that they didn't get this early pick. So Orbital Takeover has really slowed down their game to make sure they don't go into this with a numbers disadvantage. And after hearing the teleporter, it looks like it's a hard rotate A, but that was on the back of a Phoenix ult, so they're going to be walking right into a 3-player squad. We see the Orbital Strike coming down on nobody in the U-Haul. A lot of smoke going down, so finally some kills traded. Undefined Truth and Concon. Now Concon gets a second. That's a double on the side of the defenders. Moogie and Zapper both popping off here as well with doubles of their own. Undefined Triumph takes down Concon, and all of a sudden we have a 1v1 with almost no health left on the side of the Brimstone. Zapper here with 70.
Oh.
Wow! Apparently 11 health is all you need, and we're going to overtime on the back of an Undefined Triumph triple kill.
Whew. 12-12. Endgame, ladies and gentlemen. Endgame. Look at the scoreboard. 3 rounds in a row. 303. They had to win all 3, and they were able to do it. Now going into endgame, if you guys have never been this far or have watched this far into Valorant, it's 12-12. Every single player gets 5,000 credits, and they are allowed to buy whatever they want to. You can see it. Some of the players, they want to fully invest into pistols. Some of them, they just want to get the Vandals, and they want to stack up on abilities. But it's going to be full force versus full force.
Also worth noting that you're halfway to your ultimate abilities. Everybody's pips get reset here in overtime as well, and we're going to see a traditional slow push out by 303 here, trying to get that pick, but this time the slow push is going to be on B. Now, we saw them try this earlier today with that spike down kind of near the starting spot for Brimstone to grab and swing through, but the last time they did this, they ended up having a disastrous start with 2 picks, including one on the Brimstone, who ended up not being able to pick that spike up, and that caused a bit of an issue. So just feeling each other out. And now the gunfire starts. We see Phoenix trying to push out of hookah here. And Sage is going to go back to pick up the spike. I actually wouldn't be surprised if we end up seeing a rotation to A, but if they're going to do it, they've got to do it fast because there were less than 40 seconds.
My goodness, this is my heart. It's starting to feel it, because now the aggression is coming out. It's actually the fake. It's the fake to come out. That's huge. Zapper gets the pick over on A site, but they have no idea where the spike itself is. That was an immediate aggressive push, but it's going to be Lazada. Huge. Toro, one more. Little Rain doesn't have to pick him up one for himself. The wall coming out, and they plant in a very, very weird position. trying to look through the wall here, but it's got to be inside of CT. It's a 1-for-1 trade. Cypro on the site itself knows exactly where this opponent is inside of container. There's one more for himself. Orbital, they want game number 3. It's got to be up to Laseda. Can he get the shot? He's able to land one in a 1v1 situation. Can he clutch this round up for his team? It's a very, very slow game that's being played right now, but behind the wall, can he get the shots available? No, he cannot. No damage going across just yet. Can he defuse? Yes, he can. What? That was a huge, massive play. What? Orbital takeover, defuse the spike.
Wow, I thought for sure, probably just like the defender did, that was a fake. Again, you always plan for the first one tap to be a fake, but maybe he was holding on, and once he saw that he was trying to spray from the wall, he said, okay, I'll just hold on, you know, position myself, try to catch them when they come, and then he just never came. So we're gonna have to figure out what just happened. I would have never thought an uncontested defuse with a player still alive is how we would end that game after we went to overtime.
I cannot wait to see chat's reaction to that. I have it open on my right-hand monitor, but we have some stats to go over, Charmer. Let's take a look at the post-game stats. 24 for the 2 top fraggers on each of these squads. Moogie, Zapper topping off the leaderboard. 19, 19, 19, 20. There's double digits for every single one of these players. They all played out of their mind.
Yeah, these teams are actually incredibly close statistically. Both just top to bottom. Bottom frags 15 on both sides, top 24 on both sides. A lot of 19s and 20s there in the intermediate area. This was statistically as close as the game itself. So I'm not actually surprised by this, just given how close this game was and how it came, you know, all the way down to the wire. But I am surprised by that outcome. I'm still trying to process an uncontested defuse in overtime. Is how that one ended.
So let's take a look at the timeline now. Let's take a look at that final round that we ended up seeing, because that was insane. The overtime end game. It was massive for Orbital to start it off. They ended up going 1-for-1. Sage ended up getting another pick, which already puts heart eyes on the sights of 303. But then two picks, and then the spike itself being planted. But something happened. Cypro coming up huge later parts of the round, clutched up, double kill. And then the defuse came out for Shirzay. I don't know who called it. I don't know who said. I now see the chat starting to update. This is awesome. But oh my goodness, that was a game. That was a game.
I love that chat's immediate reaction is pros don't fake, despite we've seen a number of fakes today. And again, I think that's probably actually why it worked, was just because we had seen so many, not just fakes, but successful fakes with baiting people out. And so probably thought that's what was going to happen. But being unpredictable can certainly be an advantage. And I mean, bravo, it worked. I mean, at the end of the day, that's all that matters, right? It got the W.
Yeah. So we're going to be taking a very, very small break. I believe both of these teams are ready. So we're hopping into this in at least less than 5 minutes. So go get some water, go get a snack, because we're heading into game number 3, ladies and gentlemen. Split is the map that we're going to be playing on. Charmer's favorite map, so you do not want to go anywhere. We got Split, game 3, Valorant Invitational coming up in just a little bit.
watch you stare. I would watch you stare. Oh, but there's no one there. We can figure this out. Put your feet down. We are the lucky ones. Follow your choices, die. Terrified of what's left. Remain unsaid until you break my mind. Until you break my heart.
That's okay, trigger. My eye.
A time when we never let go, never let go. Ooh, we never let go. We can figure this out. Put your feet down. We are the lucky ones. Follow your choices, die. Terrified of what's left. Remain unsaid until you break my mind. Until you break my heart. These sticks and stones will break.
Sometimes when you're here, I can feel no doubts. 'Cause you keep me where the stars are found. It doesn't really matter, 'cause you're here with me now. It doesn't really matter. It doesn't really matter, 'cause you're here with me now. It doesn't really matter, 'cause it feels so
Game number 3. Never thought we would see it, but 303 Esports has taken Orbital the distance. And this is what we predicted. We thought it was going to be close every single match. Game 1 was a complete blowout where Orbital didn't look like Orbital. But game 2, something clicked, but 303 as well took it to end game. Of course, my name is the Save One. Joining me is Charmer. Charmer, how are you feeling after those 2 games?
I'm feeling really excited for game 3 because
Yeah.
I was a bit skeptical after the first one. As you said, it was a bit of a blowout, and then Orbital brought it back, and they did so emphatically, and then with such a wild ending to game 2, I can only imagine what we're going to see in game 3 now that these teams have warmed up very, very nicely.
I do agree with you when you were saying that Split is your favorite map to watch. To play, I don't know. I'm not too sure. I need to play on the new Split in order to find that one out. But to watch as a caster, it's so much fun because teams, since they are competitive, they know exactly how to play and how to adjust to different metas. And a massive thing that happened to Split was mid. The construction, I won't take Simo's quote, but or I'll give credit where credit is due. Simo, he said the Riot construction is all preparing themselves because Split, it got totally redone here in mid.
Yeah, it basically was reconstructed through the use of dynamite. So they blew out an entire wall and left a box there, and it is kind of wide open now. Before it was a very tight space, and it was very difficult to kind of contest with if you're on attack. Now you can push into it very easily, and we're seeing just that. So 3 players posturing in the mid area for orbital takeover here. And before, this would have been a bit of a death trap because there are so many angles that you need to cover, but now it's essentially just this doorway and the other doorway, unless there's any sort of vision impairment that goes out. So you do see the utility being used here. Now right now you're going to see the wall, but I think that the changes both to the map and then also to Sage's wall have really helped split in terms of it being not so defensive.
Yeah, definitely agree with you on that one, but we've got to watch out to see how Orbital Takeover play this attack. Right now, we see Con rushing down here inside of mid. Looks over the box, so that's the change that we were talking about. There's a massive box inside of mid now. But let's see how they're able to attack this here. If they can actually take over mid, that would be huge. Their other side of Orbital are over by A lobby, and they're waiting for their own opportunity.
And we do see Con with a pick before Mugi gets the refrag there, so kind of first blood drawn on both sides, and a lot of damage going out here. Lil Rain takes out an undefined Triumph. Lee Zeta waiting to get into the action here as well. Lil Rain gonna top themselves off with a little bit of healing to go with that little bit of rain they have, and that's a great kill on Mugi. And now again one on Toro, that's 3. And with just one player left to take out, they've got the spike planted on site A as well. This is huge for them because not only are they likely going to take this first round now, but with all of the kills going onto your Sage, this means that you're going to have a much faster res available in your arsenal.
Yeah, I believe it takes seven ultimate charges for Sage to get going. But let's take a look at this replay because Little Rain, there's one. He was able to get the second one with a weird aggressive push that came through from Mugi. And then the third onto the enemy Sage, left at 30 HP. Whew! That's massive.
Yeah, based on the positioning and just kind of the actions taken by Mugi, I think he was under the impression that Lil Rain was solo there. I don't think he was expecting Zapper to kind of pop out and be the other body because it just looked like he was taking a wide push to advance on her before she had a chance to heal up and get control of the situation again. But it's a great start for Orbital, continuing that momentum after winning the last game in glorious fashion. And we're going to see if they can repeat their success here in round 2. They're pushing up into mid here. Again, this new mid.
As well as a new B tower. That corner got completely... that corner got completely redone. 2 quick kills with the shorty, as well as Kai, as he does have a classic for himself. But that's immediately 3-0-3. Coming back in round number 2. You never expected it. But that's Orbital Takeover. Got completely dunked on. Cypro, though, does avenge his squad as he rushes here inside of mid and is now looking over towards A. He's questioning it, though. There you go. Little Rain securing the kill. Mugi now in the back. He expected Cypro to be right there with him, but he had to change his fire to 2 members, and obviously you're not able to do it. Mugi, triple kill, means that 3-0-3, they win round number 2, surprisingly.
Not only did they win it, but they did so on the Thrifty, right? They lost the first round, and then they also managed to pick up that Bulldog at the end, so Mugi got a triple kill and gets to save even more credits this round because a Bulldog is good enough going into this. And on the other side, because they had bought to get that advantage and then lost, they now are going into this with pistols. So all of the momentum that you got from winning that first pistol round is out the window and very much in favor of 3-0-3 here.
Recon Bolt
You see them trying to fast push into A.
Yeah, Recon Bolt goes out just to scout out the area itself. But they're looking at an A push, an immediate rush that comes through. That's the classic Orbital, where they need to rush onto the site if they do have pistols. An immediate spray onto 1. Triumph immediately turns around as well and gets 2. Headshot down onto him. But behind the A pillar itself, there are 2 members. Orbital Takeover. Are they able to survive this?
That was such a good play from Triumph there. Now Caillou takes one out at range here again.
Yeah.
Cypro falls to Toro, and this is going to be a defuse. So not really surprised by this outcome, just given the massive firepower disparity, but furthering helping out their lead here, you had 4 players survive. So you already had a massive economy advantage before this, and you're just extending it even further. So even if you lose here, you're going to be in a really good position for the next couple of rounds. And 3-0-3 lost the pistol round and then answered back emphatically here.
Yeah. You can see Lazita, bottom of the leaderboards. I'm not trying to reference his score, but what I am trying to reference is his credits, right? He's only got 1,000 right now. Did end up getting a buy from one of his teammates, which is great. So he does have a Vandal for himself, so that's all good. But the rest of Orbital Takeover, all Vandals, all across the board. So they're sitting in a beautiful position right now, but Toro says, sit down, Zapper. Snipes him out.
Yeah, that's a beautiful early pick. Gives you a big advantage when you already had, you know, the economy advantage going into this, but now a numbers advantage as well. And we see them kind of spread out here. We got 3 on B, kind of holding that tower position, and we have 2 on the ramp at A. And on the side of Orbital Takeover, it looks like they might be going for the sneaky plant, or somebody's just scouting for a pre-rotation. It does look like it's the pre-rotation as folks are now entering sewers. It would feel really weird if Sage was your sneaky plant character, because with her heal and with her abilities and so forth, you don't want her to be the lone spike carrier.
Maybe she'll donate the spike to someone else, but she's gonna be entry fragging, which, like you said, is not the position where Sage needs to be. That's most likely in the hands of Phoenix, but there you go, immediate picks onto these 2 main members. It was all thanks to the positioning. Little Rain, Shurzei both end up falling at the end of that very small trade. Toro now with an op shot for himself, and the only one remaining is going to be Cypro, which just gets not sniped, but gunned down from heaven. Huge stuff coming through for 303 Esports as they take it 3-1.
And they did it flawlessly. All 5 players alive at the end of that. So again, their already good economy is now booming. It's almost as if they were not impacted at all from social distancing. Everything still going great economically for them. And it does look like we're going to see maybe a fast push into B here. All the players are pushed up. And if you are going to be at a disadvantage, sometimes this is the best way to do it. Just be aggressive. Catch one of those early picks off the back of your pistols. Maybe steal a weapon.
My eyes are down. Cage trigger.
They're all coming out of this tunnel area, this garage area, and despite the spray, not able to catch anybody. Moogie with a triple kill, though.
The long-range shorty shot. Oh, but the
long
does come out. Ah, there you go. There you go. Moogie quad kill for himself. That was obvious, right? Like you said, there was a save round to come through for 303. Orbital takeover. Or no, sorry, save round for Orbital. 303 were the ones that bought up, and it should have very easily been their round, which it was. But now, there you go. Now we're kind of in deja vu, Charmer, because Orbital, they got full guns all across the board. We've seen this type of round before, but Orbital takeover, we're not able to win it.
So this is the moment of redemption for Orbital Takeover. You finally have almost a full buy. The one person with the operator just has the half shields, but this is where you need to start your comeback. And it's going to be uphill because, again, even if you win this, the economy is now so strong on the side of 303 from being so dominant earlier that they're likely going to have a full buy even if they lose. But you will not. If you do not win this round, Orbital, you're just digging yourself in an even bigger hole. So this is kind of a must-win round for them if they don't want to fall behind dramatically in the score. And right now it's, again, a lot of posturing. So curious to me that Sage keeps being the one kind of by herself with the spike. I know she's going to rotate over in all likelihood to friends, but that just feels like an odd choice to me because she is a support character, like, let's be honest, and for her to be the only one out there with the spike, it feels like a bit of a weird choice.
Definitely. I'm gonna have to agree with you on that one. Moogie now with 2. Shurzei does end up trading 1 back for himself. Moogie does end up getting rezzed as well. They tried to shoot through the wall itself, but they were not able to take it down. Massive res that came through. Huge stuff. The rotation, though, from 303 is now coming over. Moogie with a triple kill for himself onto Con. Little Rain rezzing Zapper at the end of that trade, but it's so many kills all across the board. Toro now with 1. Toro with 3. Huge as he stayed inside a B tower. Secured a triple kill with just an op and a dream.
So that last round, in a very dire situation for Orbital. They need this victory, and instead they walk into a triple kill from Mugi and a triple kill from Toro. What an outstanding defense put up there by 303. And again, now we see the pistol rounds on the side of Orbital, because essentially after they lost that second round, they got the early pistol round, and after they lost that, it has been disaster from that moment on. They just cannot catch a break.
Joke's over.
Double
We're going to
bounce.
see them hard push A.
Come on, let's go.
Anyone that goes out,
All right,
sure is a. Now with one more Mugi headshot. There you go. Con does end up going down. Try and look for the pick. Little Rain does end up looking down inside of ropes. Kai with one more for himself. Zapper ends up going down too, but the spike itself now being planted. Toro as well as Kai needed to try and do it. That was a no scope. Massive. Cypro, showstopper, not able to land anything. No damage there just yet. 1v2 situation. What happens now?
My ultimate is not ready.
Well, what happens is Toro probably wins this, because that's what we keep seeing over and over.
Yep.
Now, that being said, that's a pretty big hill to climb, and of course, Caster Curse there, Lil Rain takes Toro out. So, huge round for them. You would prefer to have won when you had your full buy, but you'll take the Thrifty. And as I said before, it's still an uphill climb, though, because despite winning that round, it's full buys on the other side, and with the exception of Caillou, everybody else will have a full buy again if they lose here. So, economically speaking, 303 still has a pretty massive advantage. Scoreboard-wise, they have a massive advantage. Takeover needs to string it together, and I know that it's hard to do on attack on split, but I think that enough of the changes that have been made makes it possible. And it's interesting to me that the 2 rounds that they have won are the ones where they've hard pushed, and then every time they get these full buys, they go to this kind of slow paced, spread out play for picks method, and this hasn't worked for them. So we'll kind of keep an eye on that, because eventually with a full buy, I'd like to see them maybe try their hard push strategy, because that's what's been working for them. If they can win with pistols, I would think they could win with Vandals.
Yeah, that would be the assumption. But it's all attested now to Orbital. If they're able to continuously do their reign of terror, the orbital strike inside of tower, though, does get absolutely nobody. But the flank now coming through from Scherze takes Elicida. He ends up getting a kill for himself as well. There is a trap, but they need to get the spike itself down, which they are going to be able to. There are 2 members. Make that. Now there are 2 members. Now there are 2 members that are remaining on 303. Are they able to take back the site?
Con there with that beautiful play, just sniping the rope. And Con again here taking down Toro. After really struggling in this first game, Con has turned it on these past couple, and he's going to need to do it even more now, because he's the last one standing here. The spike is down, so he's got to essentially kill 3 players and get the defuse, but unfortunately, not going to happen.
Yep, they take this, or the game itself. They now make it a 2-round deficit for themselves. Orbital takeover. We're majorly down 5-1, and they are able to slowly come back. We can see that in the middle of the scoreboard. 5 rounds in a row coming through for 303. Something hasn't really clicked here in these past couple. So if they can now get back their advantage here on defense, Orbital, what they're looking at here is a 6-6 half. If they can go 6-6, just like in the last game, it's what we need to be looking at. Scuttle cam. Woo.
So 303, this is a bigger round for them than it looks, because despite them being up 5-3, economically speaking, they will actually fall behind if they lose this. And now they've lost 2 players right out of the gate. Lil Rain with a pick, and another player falling as well. And so with a trade here, Caillou getting Cypro before falling to Zapper. 303 down 2 to 4 players here.
Out of charges.
Orbital moving into Site B. Spike is now planted. This is a tough spot, because if they lose this, they'll still be up 5-4, but economically, all those credits they'd banked will finally have been drained, and so that means the momentum will be firmly on the side of Orbital.
Do they actually want to go for this? The save would probably be more favorable for 303. If they end up saving it, like you said, the credits are not in their favor. So if they end up just saving here, then they end up, saving a little bit in terms of weapons. If they can actually get a kill here, that would be even better. And it's going to be a 1v1 Sova versus Scherze. Ends up going down. Maybe one more 1v1, but no. They ping it off. They end up resing one of their teammates. It's going to be Cypro. And that's going to be Orbital Takeover. At least just denying, or they end up losing one, but they end up winning the round.
That was actually a pretty big deal for 303 at the end to mitigate how disastrous that could have been. Not only with the save, but they got the kill and baited out the Sage ultimate. So they turned a horrible situation, honestly, into a pretty acceptable loss. So bravo to 303. They played with their heads there, and they're going to benefit hugely as a result.
Yeah, every single kill that you get, it nets you, I believe, 300 credits. So right now you can see Lasida. He was the one that ended up getting that kill. He now has 500. So he has a little bit of padding for next round. It's a little bit, but it's still something to note. We continue on here into this round. It's going to be Orbital Takeover that looks for their next advantage in terms of their attacking phase. They have won 3 rounds in a row. And they are really, really showing up in terms of the team.
And we see a lot of posturing and positioning here in mid, both in terms of utility. Drones from both sides were used here as well. And with the exception of Cypher in that kind of garage area, it looks like we're going to have a party in the new middle, the recently refurbished middle, if you will. And Toro is actually going to put up the Sage wall instead here. Maybe trying to trap them out, but again, that Sage wall drops pretty quickly. Now Hunter's Fury goes out. Concon actually got a pick there in the middle of that Hunter's Fury, so that's gonna put things in favor of the attackers. And now it looks like the call is to rotate to A, because we see folks going through the sewers and then Cypher going from the spawn location. And that means Toro's gonna get this res nice and safe, but they've got to come back for this retake.
303 need this round W. If they can get it here, then their momentum will completely shift. However, it's going to be a couple of members. They are not able to get the kill, and just as I say that, a couple end up going down. Scherze, Cypro now with 2. It's 3 kills so far for Orbital, but they need to get onto the site and actually plant the spike, and they're going to be able to as well. Kai now with 2 inside of Elbow. Mugi ends up going down 1v1. Scherze, Con, both getting kills. And I never thought I would say these words, but the game itself has been tied up 5-5.
This is very, very good for Orbital. The fact that they have gotten to 5 on attack, on split, is huge. And again, they were kind of struggling. And they've put it together at the end of last game, came out strong here. They now won 4 in a row. They had a disastrous start. They won the pistol round and then basically gave up 5 rounds in a row. They've answered back very solidly. If they can continue this momentum and actually finish ahead, if they can 7-5 on attack, it would be hard to imagine 303 coming back at that point.
Right. Yeah, especially since they are going to be going on to defense, of course. But it's so many possibilities. So many possibilities. Of course, a lot of predictions can be coming through. Curveball does come out. We catch the flash itself. Scherze goes down. Kai continuing his reign of terror, regardless of being flash. Con. That's just FPS timing at its finest. You hold an angle for so long, and right when you leave is when the opponent peaks.
Yeah, that's always the case. I feel like the number of times I've died after sitting in one spot forever just to move at the last second is far too high. The other thing that I die a lot in is in mid-animation. Pulling a pin as Raze, for example, and then dying feels so bad, but
it does.
Nonetheless, here, Orbital had the momentum, but now they're down a player. Let's see if they can make this work, and they do get a pick here. Zapper with a double now, turning the tide back in their favor as they're trying to push into A, and it looks like they're going to be able to do this successfully because nobody is home. So it's going to be a numbers advantage and forcing them with the retake. Cypro here with the zoning and then the double kill. What a spray down from Cypro.
My goodness. Now it's all up to the last member, the Cypher. Does he want to save here? Does he want to try and 1v4? It looks like he's just going to look for exit frags. It's probably the best decision here. Try and eliminate Sova. I guess, yeah, the Sova would be the only one. He's going to be looking at this corner. Kai had it!
Oh!
He
Oh,
saw where it was coming from, but Zapper, nonetheless, secures the triple. And Orbital, 6-5.
and so what we're seeing here is this beautiful spray down from Cypro. Catches the one and then the other, all in a single spray, right? You didn't even really need to transition, just lined them up, knocked them down, and this has honestly been the difference, because in that first game that was so lopsided in favor of 303, we had talked about how Orbital felt like they were making the right moves, but just weren't executing. They've since just started executing. They're winning these fights, they're winning these duels, and that's why we're seeing these games be so much closer in game 2 and game 3. And this it looks like it's going to be a hard push in mid. I like this Phoenix ult to lead the way, and it does get a kill as well. It's not even going to be a trade frag. Sheerzay just popping off. Zapper follows it up with a kill on Caillou, and this is going to be a waltz into Site B. It looks like, well, I take that back. Mugi does take one down before Cypro trades, but nonetheless, this should be an easy plant for them, and it's going to be hard for 303 to retake. Never mind. Like, the minute I'm talking about planting, they just die.
Yeah, it's just round is over. And that, ladies and gentlemen, 12 rounds have escaped us, and we are now on the switch. Look at this scoreboard in the middle. Green, red, 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 red. I think that was 5. And then just 6 in a row. 6 in a row. 6 in a row. I got that correct. Orbital takeover. Now taken to the half. 7-5. And it's all thanks to Little Rain, Zapper. Look at the scoreboard. It's actually all pretty similar. Only a 3 kill difference between bottom fragger Cypro and top frag Little Rain.
Yeah, Mugi and Toro have been getting it done on the side of 303 here. On the other side, it's been kind of a team effort, but the big issue here is that you got 7 on attack, and now you're on defense. And again, Split historically has been defensive, but maybe with these changes, I mean, who knows? It's a small sample size so far since launch. Maybe with these changes, this is far more at parity than we think. If 303 can come back and close this out or force an overtime or something, then I might have to actually change my mind about Split as a map with the new changes.
For sure. It's going to be a full-on mid push, or at least a full-on mid setup. That's coming out from 303 so far. It's what a lot of teams love to do on a map like Split, is just try and take over mid and then look for their advantages. Curveball does come out, blinded inside of heaven, but Zapper is there now with 2 kills. The 2 for 1 is huge. Get on to B and plant the spike is the main objective of this squad, but with only 3 remaining, are you able to get that done?
That was potentially a beautiful curveball that was honestly just shut down by the Sage slow at the last second. So it ruined the swing and allowed Zapper to get that kill. And the timing, again, we've kind of talked about it, right? Sometimes you just have the perfect FPS timing, and by perfect I mean it goes the other way. But Sheerzay with a kill here on Undefined Triumph, and Lil Rain follows it up as well. Caillou takes one down, and all of a sudden it's a 3v1 in favor of the defenders. That's going to wrap it up. So momentum continues to go in favor of Orbital.
Seeing a 13-5, like I'm not trying to like count them out. Like I'm not trying to count 3-3 out. But imagine if this game just went 13-5. Imagine if Orbital take the series and move on to the grand finals 13-5. I would be absolutely mind blown, because we saw just such a good start out of 303 that a lot of us, I feel like it's safe to say, is that we thought that 303 was just going to sweep the series like they ended up doing in game number 1. But something happened on the side of Orbital. Maybe their main communicator, whoever that is, grats to you, because you have really motivated your team to completely annihilate.
Maybe after that first game, they just all got ice cream. And that's an early pick from Sheerzay to Mugi, but we know that they were the Dairy Queens before they changed their name to Orbital.
That's
so
true.
Maybe they just went and got ice cream, you know, got the happy going. Because it's been a completely different team ever since Haven. Or it's perhaps that maybe Haven's just not a great map for them.
Maybe.
That's entirely possible as well.
303 inside of mid. They do end up smoking it out initially. Little Rain through the smoke. Able to take out 1. Not something that you anticipated to happen for sure. At least I anticipated to happen. Now, sitting inside of the smoke is going to be 3 members, but the immediate rush comes in.
Wow.
Con and Little Rain take out the 3. What were they trying to do there?
I mean, not that. That's the answer. Not that. But, you know, we kind of talked about it a little bit earlier where Orbital doesn't have a smoke character on their squad, and it turns out they don't need it if they can just kill the opponents through their smoke. We saw beautiful, like, play around the vision impairment there, and Lil Rain, especially with that triple, really locked it down. I don't know what 303 needs to do to get back in this, but they've got to change something up. Now, this might be the round to do it because this is your first, like, full buy round, if you will, right? You lose the first 2, save, and now the firepower is a bit even, so I expect them to be a little bit better than normal. We see the posturing here, A and mid, as they probably try to pincher here. Mugi gets this pick on Shearsay, which is going to hopefully open things up for the push. We see the camera going, giving some information. I like this move by Cypro to drop because you were seen up top, but gets killed on the swing out by Caillou.
Out of charges.
But it's Zapper. There you go. Zapper, headshot. Caillou ends up falling. Toro, though, with the Guardian. You can never underestimate that weapon. It's so strong from a long range. Zapper now looking for his next member. Headshot goes through. Where are these last couple of members of 303? They immediately start their rotation, and it's all up to Little Rain. Can you catch the rotation? He ends up getting 1, ends up getting 2, ends up getting 3! Little Rain! Huge plays! Orbital takeover 10-5.
I think Lil Rain's going to have to change his name to Big Rain because this is just a clinic being put on by Lil Rain. You see here with, again, beautiful spray down. This is after a triple kill earlier as well. We see them skyrocketing to the top of the leaderboard for their team here. 17, 9, and 9 now. And you know that you're popping off if you're playing Sage and you're the one who's leading your team in frags.
Turn this around, squad.
I definitely agree. Sage can be that type of agent for sure. 17 and 11 is what she's topping off the leaderboard right now. It's going to be Little Rain that tries to shoot through this little, little bit here inside of mid, in this small cubby. That's what I wanted to say. But it's an immediate rotation that's coming through from the Cypher of 303. Maybe they want to try and attack B.
Yeah, it does look like they are rotating through this garage and trying to maybe catch them in a bit of a pincher here because we've got some folks that were stuck in the tower, though Cypher is properly rotated around and might actually catch them because if they had peeked that before and noticed nobody home, they're now going to find Cypher home. But Toro with the Marshall kill on Lil Rain, and that not only gives you the numbers advantage, but takes down the thorn in your side from the previous 2 rounds. So this might be the opening they were looking for. Likely going to, I think, wait out this wall a little bit, make folks think they were rotating, though the shots there say, okay, somebody's still home. But once this wall goes down, you have to imagine the push is coming. But Zapper and Cypro catch people sleeping in mid. Cypro with another kill before falling to Caillou.
Wow.
All those players mid, and suddenly it's a 2v1.
Yep, last one remaining. It's going to be Caillou. Look to see his pathing. Where exactly does he want to go in order to take out his opponents? It takes 4 seconds to plant the spike itself, and he's going to be able to do so on the site itself. The wide peak comes out, and he stops it. Con immediately rushes onto the site. He doesn't wait for the spike to go down, but he wants to catch him in the act. Great split that came through from Orbital. 1 over on A and 1 over on B.
Well, you had kind of talked about it earlier, and I was with you. I thought it was going to be shocking, but we are inching ever so closer to that 13 and 5 finish here. And I guess I should say that I'm not that shocked. And my reasoning behind that is the first game of this series was a 13-4. And then we saw a phenomenal close game that went to overtime and ended with a wild, you know, uncontested defuse. But we know that these teams are capable of kind of jumping out ahead and getting on a streak. So if this does go 13 and 5, I guess maybe I'm not as shocked as I should be.
Yeah, I mean,
And
cast a curse.
yeah. Sorry 303.
Sorry, guys. But we're looking at the spread that's coming out here for Orbital. 2-1-2 all across the map. watch out for 303 as well. The spike itself is over on B. Right? We have to see what Sage is able to do with it. Where does she want to go herself? It's going to be the Hunter Sphere that goes through a couple of walls, ends up finding the actual outline of the enemy player with Little Rain taking him down. Great peek, great communication, and a massive pick for them as well.
Yeah, that's pretty big for them because, again, these attackers need to win this round. They've got to start snowballing now. We see the res go out, so Toro helping out his team there. Mugi gets a kill here on Shearsay. Caillou with a one on Cypro, and this is what we needed to see out of 303, but Lil Rain again catching Mugi, doing what Lil Rain does, making it rain, and Zapper and Toro getting some trades there, and Lil Rain with 2 more! And the res! Unbelievable. Lil Rain just putting his team on the back and carrying.
That was a great res. Great res. It baits out the opponent, and they know exactly where he is. His sights were not on the spike itself, but it was on the resed enemy teammate, which makes Orbital go 12-5. Once again, never thought I would say this, but Orbital 13-5, very possible. You analyzed it, but I am still very, very shocked.
Yeah, I mean, I'm shocked as well. I legitimately am. I'm still honestly just impressed that they went the 7-5 on attack, and I guess we can see that now that things have moved to the defensive side, they've really found their groove here. We did predict Orbital to be the favorite at the start of this, and then, you know, things went a little bit haywire, and we see an early rocket go out here, just trying to slow folks down if they were maybe trying to peak that ramp early, but even with us picking them as the favorite, I think, you know, winning this final map 13-5 is a little more lopsided than we would have expected. But then again, that 13-4 on Haven. Oh, this is a beautiful orbital strike. Cypro just barely getting out of it.
You usually do not survive from those. The orbital strikes inside of ropes is so deadly. And you saw it there. If he stayed in for 2 more ticks, he was dead. But he was able to survive. The rotation now coming through from the enemy Mugi, which is going to be Mugi. But Shearsay through the smoke itself, just before the smoke went down, actually. Run it back, activated. He is slowed for the time being, but the pre-fire shots go inside of the smoke, now preventing him from doing any sort of damage. More smoking going down inside of Heaven. I never thought I would say that sentence. Zapper, Toro, trading their lives. Need to watch out for the spike being planted.
Yeah. All the things that are happening up in Heaven right now are 100% against the Surgeon General's warning. There's a lot of smoke. There's a lot of injury to the body. But this is a beautiful defense here by Toro. Lee Zeta gets a kill on Zapper as well. And when I say defense, I mean from the attackers defending this spike that they have planted. They're defending the retake. Toro catches Lil Rain, and now it's a 2v1. This is their tournament life on the line. They cannot lose a round. So Emily around his match point here, but Con steps in with a double. He'll get this diffuse. There's more than enough time. That's going to seal it.
What? 13-5.
I don't even know what to say there. Even when you have the 2v1 at the end, to try to not have it be 13-5, it just, sometimes things just don't go your way. So, I want to say congratulations to Orbital because they came back from a very large deficit, and it was a very deserved victory. And I also want to praise 303 because they played very well throughout the series.
Yep, we saw all 3 games, at least for the viewers that have been here. Haven 13-4 is what 303 were able to do. Orbital Takeover in game 2, 13-12. We went all the way to endgame. And then finally, Orbital Takeover took this series 12-5. Let's take a look at the scoreboard itself so we can look at the KDAs of all of these players. Little Rain, Zapper topping off the leaderboard themselves. But still, Mugi, Toro, Kai, both, or all. They played really well as well.
Yeah, this really was a team effort by them up until Lil Rain just kind of took over the game. Like, everybody was close together in terms of combat score, KDA. You know, we had talked about it on the broadcast, and then it's like a switch went off, and Lil Rain turned into a torrential downpour of just terror for the opposing team. And you know, if I had to pick an MVP for this last round, it's definitely Lorraine. It was just constant triple kill. That had that quad kill with the res. Very impressed with that performance.
Let's take a look at the timeline as well, because there was one round in particular where everything shifted, and it's going to be round number 7. Whew, that was a round to look for, because immediately we didn't think with the loadout like a Bulldog, Ghost, Spectre, Ghost over on the side of Orbital Takeover. You didn't think that they were going to win this round. Look at what their opponents have. Operator, Vandal, Phantom, Vandal. So once again, you never thought it was going to happen, but the A rush that came through from Orbital was way too strong. They got 3 picks inside of Heaven, and they got 1 more right at the back of the site. So yeah, I don't know what happened, but that round, that was the round.
Yeah, I remember pretty specifically that was the one where Cypher here, and we see it on the log, right? Cypher gets that early kill with the Ghost and then managed to pick up the weapon from the opponent, and that allowed them to push onto A, and then the opposing squad kind of got stuck in a retake scenario, but by then they were very well positioned, and this was that much needed victory. At the time, you and I were talking about how they needed to win the round before, because the round before they had full buys, and they lost, and we thought, okay, there's just no way they're going to be able to come back economically from this. But then they won with the Thrifty, and then they continued the win streak and just turned the entire game on its head at that point. So this was when they just decided, you know, hey, we're done getting pushed around. We're going to make it happen.
So I think that's it. I think that's going to be it, ladies and gentlemen. That was the semifinals match. We already know the results of the other one. Powerhouse ended up going down 2-0. So Sarah Cameron versus Orbital Takeover is going to be the finals. I never thought I would say that at the beginning of the day. However, it's exactly what we're looking out for. Powerhouse, they ended up taking Orbital 2-0 within the past 2 days. So Sarah Cameron, on paper, should absolutely annihilate Orbital Takeover. But we've seen upsets all day. Do not go anywhere. We got the grand finals of the Risen Esports Valorant Invitational coming up in a half an hour.
Hanging by a thread, hung upon all the words you said, breaking free from this conformity that you force on me. Everything I do is one big show. It's about damn time that I take control. Put me under a microscope and watch me take control. What's this? I finally read this helplessness. Tired of feeling like I'm upside down, so I'm gonna turn it all around. And and dear God, save my soul 'cause it is blind. Tired of feeling like I'm upside down, so I'm gonna turn it all around. Don't tell me that I need saving. Finally awaken me, babe. Yeah. The pressure inside was building. I found goes my path. Oh, what's this? I finally read this helplessness. Tired of feeling like I'm upside down. So I'm gonna turn it all around to know. Oh, and dear God, save my soul, 'cause it is not. Tired of feeling like I'm upside down. So I'm gonna turn it all around. Upside down. Upside down. Gonna turn it all around. Upside down.
Enemy removed.
watch you stare. I would watch you stare. Oh, but there's no one there. We can figure this out. Put your feet down. We are the lucky ones. Follow your choice instead. Terrified of what's left remains unsaid until you break my mind. Till you break my heart.
Till you break my thought. I'm throwing wishes in the wild. Hopes that you for yourself. And know that there was a time when we never let go. Never let go. Ooh, we never let go.
We can figure this out. Put your feet down. We are the lucky ones. Swallow your choice instead. Terrified of what's left remains unsaid until you break my mind. Until you break my heart.
Till you break my thought.
These sticks and stones will break.
They will break. They will break. Sometimes when you're here, I can feel no doubt. 'Cause you keep me where the stars are found. It doesn't really matter, 'cause you're here with me now. It doesn't really matter. It doesn't really matter, 'cause you're here with me now. It doesn't really matter, 'cause I feel so free now. It doesn't really matter. Sometimes when you're here, I can feel no doubt. 'Cause you keep me where the stars are found. It doesn't really matter, 'cause you're here with me now. It doesn't really matter, 'cause I feel so free now. It doesn't really matter.
can never ever find the right words, and there's no way this is real life. There's no telling you're the right girl, so I can only say that it feels right. It feels right. It feels right. Yeah, I can only say that it feels right. It feels right. It feels right. Yeah, I can only say that it feels right. Going with the gut, never had a doubt, felt like this is just a must. Put me in perspective, I'm the deepest in the cut. Everybody tuning in, but this is just for us now. We know I ain't ballin' yet, hoes wanna holler, oh no, I don't call them back. Girl, let me see you hold it down, we gon' have a blast. Cause I just wanna know what you gonna do with all of that. Ain't gotta say a word, I know what's up, you can have it all. Watch me rip it off, I'll admit it, you got me feeling hella loved. Even when it's going down, know that we gon' live it up. Young shot caller, always been a baller. Know that you the one, I can feel it in my heart. Yeah, I won't stop charging, we go and come harder. I can see you and I, way beyond the stars, girl. I can never ever find the right words, and there's no way this is real life. There's no telling you're the right girl, so I can only say that it feels right. It feels right. It feels right. It feels right. Everybody tuning in, but this is just for us now.
They said to wait for the right time, and I think tonight might just be right. I know you want to do it too, so bring your courage, there's no rules. Don't be scared, just trust me, take my Now which way do we go is the question to ask. There are so many choices that it's hard not to look past. What is real and what is fake, and the risk we have to take. Will we know what is throwing off our balance? We're trying to find ourselves without the defining words. We can no longer hold on to what only makes us hurt. We cannot sink into the dark. The vertigo is getting sharp. There's something greater than ourselves that we must reach for. Into the infinite that we must reach. Into the infinite that we must reach. Into the infinite that we must reach. Into the infinite that we must reach.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is it. The grand finals. It's what all of this weekend has come to. We saw 2 days of group stages, and then we just saw literally an unpredictable semifinals. Oh my goodness, I am so incredibly excited for this one. We have SCFC versus Orbital. Just before we get into the map picks and bans, myself, the saved one, joining me is Charmer. Charmer, how are you feeling after that semifinals match?
I'm feeling eager to see what the grand finals bring us, because when we were going into today, we kind of expected it to be an Orbital versus Powerhouse grand finals. And Sarah Cameron Fan Club, or
Yes.
I know at some point I'm going to mispronounce it and say Sarah Connors because they killed the Terminator. They took down Powerhouse, and they did so 2-0, and the second game was a 13-0 victory. So even though we didn't see it on broadcast, I really cannot wait to see them in action going forward. This is
Yeah.
going to be an interesting grand finals, to say the least.
Yeah, let's take a look at the standings. At the end of today, we get to see what everything has culminated to. Group A, Powerhouse 6-0. We thought that 303 Esports, it was going to be a 303 Powerhouse finals. But no, right now, Orbital, Sarah Cameron at the end of it. Like you said, Powerhouse ended up beating out, Sarah Cameron ended up beating out Powerhouse. Sarah Cameron now in the finals. Orbital, like we just saw on stream, beat out 303. So now we have a best of 3 on our hands, and this is going to be a very, very interesting grand finals.
Yeah, I don't know what to expect from it personally. I think, like, so for me, I think that I'm going to have to go with Orbital. And
Yeah.
even with Sarah Cameron, I've been thinking about this, even with them having such an impressive performance off stream, and we don't have much to go off of, they were 3-3 in the group stages, right? And that shows that despite being dominant today, they are mortal. You can take them down. And in fact, they've lost quite a few times throughout this tournament. Right. So I know they looked really good on paper here, but I'm going to give the edge personally to Orbital as we go into this grand finals.
Yeah, like on paper, at least in my head, if you think about it just completely logically, they should be 2-0 sweeps in terms of Sarah Cameron. Just because when Orbital faced Powerhouse, Powerhouse were just destroying. Complete annihilation. But since Sarah Cameron ended up 13-0ing at one point, I don't know if that game was just thrown by Powerhouse. I don't know if that was an actual victory. But in game one, from what we know, Sarah Cameron actually took them the distance. I think they went 12-12, or it was anywhere from like 13-11. It was really, really close. Regardless, we should be seeing a stomp that comes out from Sarah Cameron. But like you said, there could be that other side prediction that says that, you know what, Orbital, they're actually way, way better than we think that they are. And they are very hungry for $520.
Yeah, it's a little bit interesting to me just because Orbital started very, very weak today. They lost their first round of the entire tournament, or semifinals, not tournaments, but today, right? First round of the broadcast, they lost 13-4. And I thought for sure, all right, this is not the way you want to start the day. Then they struggled at the start of the following game, and then they turned it on, and they've been riding this hot streak. So for me, I think that they've kind of had some sense beat into them, if that makes sense. Whereas Sarah Connor might be, excuse me, Sarah Cameron. I'm telling you, I'm going to keep calling them Sarah Connor by accident because they took down Powerhouse the Terminator. Sarah Cameron here might be, what do I say, cocky, right? Maybe a bit complacent going into this because they're riding on easy street. They've just 13-0'd somebody. How is this tournament not theirs? And I think that sometimes you can catch teams like that a bit off guard.
Right. There's a lot of predictions that everyone, I feel like, in the chat has as well, because a lot of you have actually been watching this whole entire invitational as well. So let me know in the chat what you guys think as well. What you all think? Who's going to take this series and at what score? So before we actually get into the game itself, we do have a beautiful, beautiful graphic head-to-head player to watch. So this is going to be really cool. Thank you, production, for putting this on. For Sarah Cameron Fan Club, we predicted that Nerve was their MVP. Orbital Takeover, they have Little Rain though.
Yeah, absolutely. Little Rain turned into a torrential downpour at the end of the last particular match, and I'm really excited to see what they can do. It sounds like we're going to be diving into the game here now, and we'll get to see Lil Rain and Nerve in action. Lil Rain on a support character, Sage, right?
Yep.
Very surprising that your top fragger is a support character. Similarly, Nerve is traditionally on Brimstone, a bit of a support character as well. So,
yeah, we'll have to watch for both of these players as they continue to top frag at the top of the charts. There's a lot of other players that are on these two squads that can actually take the MVP as well. That was something that I was thinking about. Is that, of course, there are certain players that have been performing consistently well over multiple games, but in certain games, in those little matches, for example, Concon, when he played on Haven, 0-13, I think he ended off the game. He didn't even have a kill, but you switch him on over to Bind, and he's a completely different player. So watch out for these kind of MVP style players as we continue going.
Well, it sounds like we're going to be jumping into the game now, and we get to finally see these teams in action. And to start things off, we're going to have Orbital on defense, and we're starting on Bind as the map. And I don't see a lot of deviation on the side of Orbital. I was really curious to see if they were going to switch characters at all, because again, we've noted before, they have no smokes on their side, where Sarah Cameron does at least have Nerve on that Brimstone to provide some vision disruption. This is interesting. I mean, I suppose Cypher kind of counts with the cages, but it's not really an offensive smoke that allows you to kind of push onto a site.
Basic strat coming up for Sarah Cameron now, as they have left the spike inside of Market. So if they do want to rotate back on over to A, they can easily wrap into Market, pick it up. Or you just you have Zaf that is playing the Breach. And if they end up deciding to go on to B, no time is lost, however, if you do end up leaving the spike there as well. So that was a beautiful headshot. Drennan back at the site. Little Rain has come out of nowhere, and he does want to get some kills. Ends up going 1-for-1.
Now the attackers here do have a numbers advantage, as they are, again, pushing hard into the site B. And on the side of Orbital Takeover, they kind of all have to funnel out of the same area, and normally you get punished for that, but in this case, not really happening. Shearsay and Zapper stepping out with these frenzies, getting some kills. Zaf answers back. Zapper gets another before falling to Drennet, and now we have a 1v1. Shearsay gonna go with the fake. Maybe he shouldn't have been a faker. Remember, pros don't fake. We saw that before, but gets sprayed. Doesn't have an ability here to go for the heal. Drenna answers
that
with
was
the sheriff.
dirty plays coming through here. Being taken the distance. Orbital takeover. They were able to defend for a little bit, but Zapper not able to land his shots alongside Scherze. Even though Zapper topped off the leaderboard with 2 kills for himself, he was wide out in the open. And you expected a little bit more to come out from Scherze as well as him. So that pistol round was so incredibly close, but Sarah Cameron picks up 1, and they load themselves with Spectres.
Well, this ought to be a very interesting round here because on the side of Orbital Takeover, we have 4 players with shorties, and it looks like they're going to opt to take some pretty hard angles. But the downside is only 2 holding Site B, and they're pushed up. And if they even just take trades here and then fall, it's going to heavily favor Sarah Cameron as they push in. But rotation now occurring. Must have been a call out. We see Rays coming through the spawn side, and Nerve takes down Lil Rain there. Technically, the Molly gets the kill if you watch the kill feed. And that's going to be a really big advantage for Orbital Takeover. External taking down Con as well. Fade taking down Zapper, and the dominoes are falling here. This is likely going to be one easy round on the side of Sarah Cameron. Cypro does actually get 1 kill before falling, but this 4v1 and you have the weapons advantage, you can almost just chalk this up in favor of the attackers. They don't have the spike down yet, but
Yeah,
I think this is
with leaving the spike. It's the only problem with leaving the spike is
yeah,
they don't actually get onto the sites. That's not. Oh, that's it. Yep. 2 very quick rounds that come through. Sarah Cameron 2-0. At the end of that little trade, Orbital Takeover still sitting at 0. But now the patterns come through from what we know. Charmer, constant ARs all across the board here in round number 3. Can it beat out a couple of Spectres? The big question.
I mean, it's not just a couple, it's 4 Spectres. And you and I had kind of highlighted this before, where sometimes that kind of half buy after you win the pistol round comes back to haunt you, because if you don't buy up the following round, you're at a disadvantage for 3. This is a great opportunity for Orbital Takeover to really give themselves an advantage and footstep into the right direction here. And they are going to be moving toward Site A this time. The smokes come down. There's a lot of blind firing through. Grenades going out, breach abilities going out, and then the spray here from Shearsay taking down External. External had an ability kill on Zapper there in between, though.
Shearsay inside of Newhall needs to get out of here. Looking inside of it itself. You do have Fade that took him down, and he still is inside of this building. Look out for him. Little Rain through the wall, cannot get anybody. Drenna onto Con. Dittos end up trading their lives. And it's going to be Sarah Cameron that have completely taken over the point itself and are just going to escape with little seconds remaining here in the round itself. Sarah Cameron take their 3rd round in a row.
That's a very impressive attack round because of the weapons disadvantage. Did not matter.
What?
And Lil Rain dying to the bomb there at the end, trying to avoid dying in the spawn. I suppose if you're going to die, you want to do it to the bomb, simply so that you don't give the resources, give that credit advantage over to the other side, but you would have loved to have taken that weapon with the end. Now we see the full buy on the side of Sarah Cameron, so even though they had a couple of players survive with those Spectres, they're just going to commit. They want the assault rifles, and on the other side, it's an interesting loadout. There's a mishmash of all sorts of weapons there. I saw some pistols, a stinger, one person with an AR. I don't think they have an identity as far as loadouts go here.
No, and I don't expect them to, at least in this round in particular. I think what Orbital are looking for right now is any sort of denial of weapons that they can find. They send 3 on over towards A. 2 are actually sitting inside a U-Haul, which is very surprising. But they're looking for their picks, and External has already found a couple of sheriff shots that go down inside of Short. Not able to really land anything that is fatal. But what we do know is that B is completely wide open. And then you just need to get the spike down. The spike itself is actually over by Fountain.
Yep, Spike again way back, but this has been working for them. So at this point, it doesn't matter if it was all the way near spawn. You have a 5v2, make that a 5v1 advantage. External now looking for the ace because that's a 4K thus far. They can push out here and catch this Phoenix, and you know they want to. They want the 5.
Corners.
And it
Check
gets
your corners,
it!
baby. Check your corners, baby. That's all you
What
gotta
an
look out
ace
for.
by External.
Huge. Beautiful stuff coming through from External, topping off the leaderboards time after time after time again. And there, you saw him. He only had 3 kills at the half, Drennet with the top frag, and very easily, External topping off the leaderboard. Also, his Vandal. I love that skin. I love seeing different variations of that. I can't. Is it the Hype Beast collection? I love seeing. Yeah.
Repel them.
The Prime one?
Yeah. Well, he's got the Vandal, but he's got. I think it's the Hype Beast collection, is what it's called. Unless I'm completely off on that. I don't know. This one.
Yeah. So that's one of the Prime skins, but with a different color variation. I think that's the middle one.
Yep. It's really cool. Regardless, they do want to push onto the site itself. A complete spread actually coming out for Sarah Cameron right now. They left the spike itself inside of cave. Might need to go and pick that up sometime soon because it looks like SC need to get onto the sites. But there you go. Con stepping up for his team. Picking up the first kill. It's massive. It's onto a key priority member too.
Yeah, Con eliminating a Sage is very needed, not only because she had her ultimate, so you're kind of denying that, but also you need this defensive numbers advantage. It's not something that you've really had working for you, and if you're going to turn this around, start catching up in terms of round wins, this is pretty clutch. But what I find surprising here is that Sarah is still going with this split, and there you have it. They go through the teleporter. They're going to commit hard to B after showing their face as A. Sherzay here with the ult, pushes through teleporter, but is going to end up back at A, and that means a slow rotation will be coming.
I know exactly where you are.
Watch out for the picks that come through. There you go. Yeah, Con triple kill, secures it at the end of the round, completely popping off for his team. 1 kill through the container, 1 kill initially to start off the round as well. Orbital takeover. They're putting in work, and at least there in that round, they were able to secure a couple.
Con came alive there, and it was necessary. They needed some sort of momentum. They needed to not only just steal a win, but to keep their kind of economy alive. So again, we see full ARs on both sides, but the credit disparity is much more in favor of Sarah Cameron. You got to close that gap. And we know that it can be done. We've seen Orbital do it before. They've been behind in the past and really turned things around. So thinking back to the previous series that we watched from them, Bind was actually the map that they took the distance. They took to that overtime win to keep their tournament hopes alive. So if there's ever a team that can do it and on a map to do it, this would be it.
Let's see how they end up attacking here on B's site. Already, the slow orb to the back of the site takes the MVP Con down. It's going to be the showstopper that gets hit into a wall, and that is not what you want to look for if you are external. However, Zaf over on the other side of the map does pick up one with a really nice 1v1 inside of bathrooms. The immediate rotation is now going to be coming out. Sherzay on the site itself does take down 133 HP for him, drops the hot hands on the floor. And they have to watch out now. A site is the goal, but are they able to get onto the site itself?
Yeah, I suspect that this is going to be them just playing the numbers game. One of the things I've liked about Sarah Cameron thus far is they don't find themselves rushing to plant. Sometimes they just get themselves in good positions. They understand how to use the clock to their advantage, and there, where one team might have considered planting because you've got a numbers advantage, you have presence on site. Instead, you saw their spike carrier push out, swing, and get a kill. I like that they have that kind of mental awareness to, you know, hold the angles, maybe catch some kills when folks are going to be trying to deny things like a plant. So,
yeah. Yeah, the force up comes through too. 2 Spectres for the 2 top fraggers over on Orbital. For the rest of them, just pistols. So they are allowed to buy up with Spectres since their credit score is just so incredibly large. They will stay far, far above where they need to. So they're completely fine with buying those out. Sure's now trying to find an opponent, but it's going to be the Vandal that comes out on top. Cypro now with just a couple of shots, but ended up taking out Nerve. He was the one to watch out for the rotations. External once again eliminating his opponent in the exact same way over and over again. But it's going to be a 1-2 split that comes through from Orbital.
External is proving to be absolutely deadly with these Raze abilities. It's exactly what you like to see out of a player like that. And the play is going to be for Site A, and that's going to spell potentially disaster for Orbital unless they can get some multi-kills here because they're outnumbered 2v4 and their Sage is on the other site. Cypro gets a kill on Zaf with the ultimate, however. That rocket goes out. Fade gets him right back up, though, so numbers advantage still staying firmly on the side of Sarah Cameron. Hunter's Fury goes out and not catching enough people. Cypro and External both catching kills as well.
Revealing area.
Sarah Cameron still holds the advantage here. Cypro, though, evens it up. That's 3. Zapper taking down Zaf and gets a 3rd as well. So 2 triple kills on the side of Orbital Takeover there to get themselves back in this game.
Cypro, Zapper, top of the leaderboards for themselves. 5 and 5 apiece. External, Drennet, not able to be the difference there in that round. External, I think he ended up getting eliminated, not early on, but he was one of the first to die on the push itself. So, External needs to stay alive if they even want a shot at some sort of a victory, because it looks like right now he's just kind of playing out of his mind.
Yeah, External has been the difference maker here. Our players to watch, both Nerve and, well, External falls here to Concon, and so that actually might give Orbital another opening. But I was about to say both Nerve and Lil Rain are, you know, holding their own. They're participating. I wouldn't say that they're holding their team back by any means, but they just are not performing like we would have expected 7 rounds into this game.
Right. Yeah, right now the score 5-2. Sarah Cameron really topping off the leaderboard with exactly what they know. The 1v1 of the Sages comes through, but it's going to be Nerve that takes down Little Rain inside of Long. So he was there in B Long and looked at the correct moment. Concon, the only one that's left on this site right now, and Orbital needs to realize who they want to send to both of these sites.
What I really liked from Sarah Cameron on that exchange was they had one player peek from both positions at the same time. They coordinated it beautifully, but here we see Zaf taking down Zapper before falling in a trade to Cypro. They're using that buddy system to their advantage, and Nerve takes down Concon. So right after I mentioned how Nerve might not have been performing the way we expected, he's picked up a couple of kills here. He's helping his team now push into Site B. The spike has been planted. Shearsay, though, does get a kill on Nerve before falling to Fade, and it's going to be all up to Cypro here to 2v1 on this retake. Grenade goes out, gets the camera, but does not know where either of the other players are. And unfortunately, after the fake, again, gets double teamed. I'm really impressed by the timing of the peaks by Sarah. It feels like whenever they peak a position, it's 2 players at the same time, forcing the opponent to kind of have to pick their battle. And
Yeah.
it just feels like this is a team that has been playing very well together and knows their timings, or they just have exceptional callouts. Like, I would love to hear their comps personally, because the timing has been beautiful.
Yeah, it's really, really good for sure. Whenever they are playing on attack, they're kind of playing it like they're on defense a little bit, right? They just look for the initial picks within the round itself, and then they look for the sites. Right now, you do see that 2 are playing actually super aggressive inside of A short. 1 getting picked off. I believe that, yeah, Zaf got picked off inside of washrooms, tried to go through. I don't think he tried to go through the portal, but he did get picked off at some point. Zapper inside of bathrooms, looking at his own opponent, which is going to be the Brimstone. So he knows 1 at least is in there, but he's hiding inside of the corner.
Yeah, Zapper here has 2 folks in the showers, and he's peeking at just the right time. The question is, will he be able to catch them as they come through? He knows they're in there with that firing going out now, but they're going to back away, and probably rightfully so. Once you've given away your position like that, you certainly don't want to come out of a hole that small. And beautiful ult forcing Shirzay out of the area and into the bullets of Nerve, and now we see this rocket going off, taking down Con as well. Those ultimates just really getting good quality kills.
Yeah.
And this is going to be a save round, it looks like, for Orbital. They're both backing away.
Completely taking over, which is going to be Sarah Cameron. They are playing a different style of Valorant that I don't think I've seen just yet. Because what they constantly do is they spread all across the map. They leave the spike somewhere so that everybody can peek. And they look for the picks and then immediately rotate to wherever they actually feel like rotating to. There's no rushes that are going down over on their side. But they get the picks, they land the shots that they need to, and they immediately rotate.
It's a really good strategy if you have confidence in your ability to win duels, because you're never showing the spike in any one place, and Nerve catches Cypro here. So even as they try to save, it's only going to be Zapper surviving. But when you spread out and you don't show the spike, well, I take it back. Zapper's not making it either.
Just kidding.
You don't show the spike, so that forces Orbital to leave folks on both sites. You can't call out rotations, and then as they're spread thin, again, if you know that you can peek at the same time, these double peaks that Sarah is pulling off, it's going to give you an advantage. And then once you catch that pick, or maybe 2 picks, even then you can kind of fake people out because you haven't shown the spike. So when you kind of gather up and then go to one or the other, the opposing team still needs to maintain a presence in both spots. It's really hard to kind of defend this if you can win the duels.
Yeah, let's see how the spike is able to get onto these sites kind of consistently now, because Sarah Cameron, they're up 7-2. They have the advantage here in this match. It's a 5-round difference. If they can continue their reign of terror on these sites, it could be beautiful. And just as I say that, the small caster curse comes through, but Con now with 2. Nerve takes out 1, and it's going to be Shirzay that used to run it back. The good old Shirzay strat. On the site itself, he needs to get on and try and get some sort of a kill. Cannot get anybody, and just as I say that, he still does not take anybody alive. Zap has somehow found the main spot of where Shirzay was, and it's only going to be Zapper. That is the last one remaining.
That was such a heads-up play by Zaf. You heard the ult, and then you heard the teleporter. So you know there's only, 2 places that Phoenix is going to be when his ult ends, and just casually rotated around, got the kill, and again, you have to assume this is going to be a save on the side of Zapper, or at least an attempt. I say attempt because the last time we saw this, it did not go his way. But what do you do if you're Orbital to get back into this? Because you're on defense. This is supposed to be where you kind of get an advantage, and instead you're down 8-2.
Yeah. Well, they're using Con effectively, right? They're using him on B. They need to do that. What I've been seeing so far is that Sarah Cameron just rush. They just get the picks, right? They just are able to win the gunfights. The 1v1 gunfights that go down are just way in Sarah Cameron's favor, right? Whenever they end up taking someone down, they're left with at least, half HP remaining. I think Orbital, they need to find some different, defending strats. Right now they're on a save round, so don't expect it just yet. But they're on a, they're on a defense, so they have to just act aggressive, which is usually what they do.
I will say in Orbital's defense, the last time that they started a comeback, it was on a save round, but it's not looking good right now with External again getting that kill. They're just picking on him at that point. It's ability kill after ability kill. He's got to pick a new spot to be, because it's just not going well. But Zapper trades there. Drenet gets a kill, and then Zapper kills him back. So going to still be 3v4 as they have to get this retake, because we see them pushing onto the site. Spike is now planted, and Lil Rain gets this res on Shirzay, so that's going to even up the numbers. This is a very needed res, but also potentially questionable just because, again, you don't have the firepower this round. So
right,
perhaps the desperation of a 2-8 scoreboard is what's forcing this.
Yeah, they need to, yeah, what completely confused me was just the rotation that came through. Fade now with 2, Zapper gets a triple. Needing to defuse the spike has to be these guys, but the Aftershock comes out. Got to use all of your utility effectively. Little Rain now with 1 more for himself. The spike itself is on very minimal beeping time. Zap has to turn the corner and get the kill, and he's able to do it. Zap clutches the round.
Absolute insanity there from Zap. Just kind of single-handedly defended that.
Yep.
The Aftershock was beautiful. Gets the kills. I don't know what you do if you're Orbital. I legitimately don't know how you stop this. You know, you had called it. You said that maybe Sarah, because they beat Powerhouse and Powerhouse had, you know, had Orbital's number, that maybe this is the way that it goes, but I'm impressed with Sarah Cameron so far. I like everything that I've seen from them. It's all very smart heads-up play. They're winning the gunfights. This is a very nice... Anytime you can trigger the tripwires with your drone, it feels so satisfying to me.
Yeah. I'm looking at the strats every single week that I try and cast some Valorant. I always look at the strats that are being played. Sarah Cameron is playing a completely different game right now. They're completely spread out all across the board, and they look for the picks wherever possible. Two ultimates come out from both of the raises, and they're not able to do anything, but the Rolling Thunder has gone out onto the site itself. It's going to be the Orbital Strike 2. Cypro immediately goes down. An amazing Orbital Strike. But it's going to be Zap that now picks up at least 1 more. The spike itself has been planted in the post-spike plant positions have gone out. Zapper with the Hunter Theory gets 1 more, but Zap has been rezzed on the site itself. Fade now with 1 more. Zapper goes down. Scherze needs to live and end up getting some kills, and he's not able to do it. Little Rain gets traded out, and Nerve finishes off the board 10-2. Sarah Cameron, these guys are popping off.
10-2 at the half. Absolutely unreal. You very rarely say, like, pistol round is must win, but I legitimately feel like Orbital has to win this pistol round.
Yep.
If you fall to 11-2 and then you have a weapons disadvantage and you're forced to attack into that, I just don't know how you come back from that. So, you know, I don't want to overhype this round by any means, but this is, in my opinion, a must-win pistol round on the side of Orbital.
Yep, this is a do or die for sure. The last time that we ended up seeing a pistol round, though, it was taken to the 1v1. So that's the one thing that we have to remember, is that Orbital had 1 more member remaining versus 1 more of Sarah Cameron's. This is where they have to pop off. The Jiggle Peak does come through, and Con wants to go aggressive, but the wall is so massive. Drennet was right there with the shorty and gets a headshot. He now gets 1 more onto Zapper. That's not what you expected. Scherze gets 1, but trades out his life. Little Rain now with 1 more. Nerve, and through the back, it's going to be Cypher that falls. Wow, that was important. Sarah Cameron win it almost flawlessly, though.
Yeah, that's almost the nail in the coffin for Orbital. Technically, you know, sure, they could run this back, but we can see the buys coming in. It's going to be armor and some Spectres. It looks like Drennet's going to stick with the Ghost.
Yeah, they have to force.
So that, yeah, again, that forces Orbital to take this force buy. Just to even try to stay even. This is not a good position to be in. And they're posturing heavily A here. Getting some zoning in with those grenades, as I like to call it. So we have Nerve picking off Cypro before falling to Zapper, and then External with a pair of kills. Zap gets a kill with the Aftershock as well before Lil Rain finally gets a kill on Fade, and now it's all up to Lil Rain to become that torrential downpour. We haven't really seen Lil Rain pop off the way that we would have expected. And I think here they're hoping for either an ambush kill or they're going to wait out this heal. There is still a minute left on the timer, so there's no rush at the moment. You can stop, get your heal, maybe get a pick. And we see Sarah out searching a bit And then there's that timing we always talk about. Holds the angle the entire time, and the minute you step out is when somebody's there. External finishes with a triple kill, and now it's match point.
Look at this. Wow. I always feel like our observers are just staying inside of custom games and looking at brand new angles that they can just bring to the table, and that was definitely one of them. That was super cool. Quick shout out to Yeti and Preston. But as we look over here on match point, it's going to be Sarah Cameron 12-2, where they are, again, match point. This was one of my predictions, is that it was going to be a complete stomp. Sarah Cameron really showing up. Fade. Oh, he tries to jiggle, but it's taken down low.
Yeah, Fade's gonna step back here, take this nice defensive wall, gets rid of the camera. Now, the nice thing about that camera was that you got her off the wall temporarily, but as we can see where the placement is, beautiful placement, by the way, able to get right back on top with the bounce. And External, again, with an ability kill, this time on Zapper, and then Drennet and Fade follow that up as well. So External now with a rocket kill, and that's it.
Yep, that's going to be it, everyone. Yep, Sarah Cameron 13-2, like you just said, and it's 1-0. Whew. Definitely didn't expect that at the end of our night. Yep, didn't expect that. We started at 6:50. It is now 7:20. So that was a half an hour game, and that was one that maybe we'll forget about for a little bit, because that was a complete stomp here in the grand finals. Let's take a look at the post-game stats and see what players topped off the leaderboard. External, Drennet, and Nerve, all on their own front. That is a crazy scoreline.
External is masterful on this raise. The number of ability kills that they racked up was kind of insane. You know, at this level of play, you expect folks to be able to get out of the way of most grenades or satchels, and time again, it's not just rockets. Like, External was getting these ability kills and getting these first bloods, oftentimes catching Con. I think just alone, Con died 3 or 4 times to the External. I don't know what you do if you're Orbital to get back into this. I think you forget about this game, pretend it didn't happen, right?
Yep.
Because you got to have a short memory, and you do your best to move on. We have seen Orbital come back, though. They got stomped in game 1 of their last series, and they managed to come back and get a victory. So I'm not going to count them out just yet.
Let's take a look at the timeline, and then we'll send it over to a very small break before getting into game number 2. Can we see the timeline real quick? There we go. Where was the turnaround point? Because it was round 8. That was just complete takeover, right? We saw a couple of rounds, maybe 2 went into the favor of Orbital, but this was it, where it was full Vandals on each side. There was a couple of Phantoms in that mix as well, but it was just boom, 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 all right on the scoreboard. You can see it on the right-hand side in the event log, where Brimstone got 1, Breach got 1, Brimstone ended up getting 2. The spike immediately was planted 1 minute into the round itself. So very, very efficient play that's being showcased by Sarah Cameron.
Yeah, I think you could also argue that this game turned on round 1, because it looked like Sarah Cameron was dominant from the beginning. There was no turning. It was just them coming out swinging and never letting up. So bravo to Sarah Cameron. You have certainly impressed me, and I'm looking forward to seeing what you can do in game 2.
And that is going to be it, at least for game number 1. So we still have game 2 to cover, and potentially game number 3. So Orbital could come back, but the big question is, can Sarah Cameron close out this series, and are we all maybe going to play some Valorant? That question will be answered in just a little bit. Stay tuned. We got the Risen Valorant Invitational coming up in just a little bit. Ladies and gentlemen, we are back with game number 2, Orbital Takeover versus Sarah Cameron. We are headed on to we're headed on to Haven, my bad. Of course, my name is The Safe One. Joining me is Charmer. How are you feeling about Orbital going on to onto Haven here?
I got to be honest, I'm not feeling very great because that was the map we saw them struggle with in the last match that we cast. So on stream, we saw them get just bushwhacked 13-4 on Haven. And now that's the one that their tournament life is going to be riding on after they just lost 13-2 to Sarah Cameron. So if I'm being honest, I think Orbital's a great team and I like a lot of what I've seen out of them, but based on what I've seen previously on Haven, I don't have a lot of confidence right now. I want them to prove me wrong.
Yeah, it's going to be all up to as weird as it sounds, I think Scherze, he loves to lurk over by A when they're on attack. You know, if the rest of his squad wants to go towards the left side of the map, towards C and B, he usually likes to lurk towards that right-hand side. And it's kind of the pattern that he likes to showcase. But yeah, it's really all up to these players. The last time we saw Con on this map, he went like 0-14. So yeah, just I'm in the same boat as you. I'm not too I'm not too confident in them, but we'll see. We'll see for sure.
I'm really curious to see as we're loading into the game now whether or not any agent changes have been made. And the answer is no. Orbital's still not going to be rocking many smokes. Again, we got the Cypher cages, but not really the sort of things you use for entering onto a site. So this is going to be a very interesting match for sure, simply because of Sarah Cameron seeming so dominant in that first game and Orbital's previous struggles on Haven. Got a lot of posturing over at A. The last time that we saw them, I think they pushed onto A very, very quickly in the pistol round, so this appears to be a repeat of that particular strategy.
Inside of Heaven,
they are rolling from both sides.
Yeah. Already, wow, that's massive. Sarah Cameron with 2 quick picks, 3 quick picks. Starting off with that. Wow, that was immediate. Now just the Sage that is hiding inside of towers. Does try and do, lay a couple of shots, but they're able to collect the spike itself. But now with the immediate rush into Banana, that is going to be it. Sarah Cameron, that was swift.
I love what I saw from the Rays on Sarah Cameron's side. External there, even though they didn't get a kill, by tossing that grenade, and it ended up bouncing kind of off the backboard, if you will, but by tossing that grenade, it forced them to back out and into the opposing players. And it was just beautifully executed. I really like what I'm seeing from Sarah Cameron in terms of timing their abilities as well. Earlier in the cast, we saw the slow orb from Sage almost always being followed up by the grenade from Raze. And I'd be curious whether or not this is something they've been practicing, these kind of timing of abilities. It reminds me a lot of Overwatch teams, if you've ever watched that particular game.
Yeah, the spike itself being left in the base itself. It's going to be Orbital Takeover that try and find their own advantage. Drennet not even needing an actual weapon. Just needs a ghost and a couple of headshots, and he's able to do the most damage here on Sarah Cameron. The flashes as well as the aftershock does go out, and on the site itself, it's going to be Con that does get headshot, but the little Roomba taking out Con. Inside of Garage, though, Fade does trade his life, getting 1 kill, but it's Drennet inside of Garage window actually getting mowed down in this 2v2 situation. What can Orbital do in order to plant the spike? Just kidding.
Well, they cannot walk into the bullets of Zaf there, getting a double kill to close that out. And, I got to give it to External. Again, we saw the Roomba kill that time. Even when External goes down, we're seeing the abilities get kills. Just very well executed. And to the casual observer, it might not seem that impressive, but all of Raze's abilities kind of have this weird delay. So you've got to have really good game intuition to time them right. It's not just I push the grenade button. There's so many times where me, a pleb, has died pulling the pin on that grenade or died right when Raze is tapping the Roomba to get it going. So to see how consistent External is with this Raze is so impressive to me.
I'm going to call out our producer. He said Orbital is pulling a G2 at Worlds. I don't know if you guys watch League of Legends. He even added me, so I was allowed to say that. That's cool. But Fade now with 1. Trading out his life, Cypro. But Zaf, huge onto Cypro. Whoa, External with a double. Massive, massive kills that come out. He ended up rushing into Long C to picking up the ultimate charge. And he might want to try and get this last kill, but it's all up to Shirzay. He's inside of B and might want to try and look for a flank here.
Yeah, it's interesting because Shirzay has this Phantom, might want to consider saving it, but nope, walks into the bullets of Zaf. I feel like every time somebody is trying to lurk, Zaf is there to answer. 4-0, hasn't died yet, and is just batting cleanup very effectively for the side of Sarah Cameron.
Are we going to see... Are we going to see our first 13-0 finals? That would be insane.
No, Orbital will take at least one round. That's
you think
just
so?
Because you said that out loud, it's now the caster cursed, right? Like Orbital will take at least one.
Yeah. So you're saying that they're going to take at least one, so that it's the curse that they might not. I'm saying that it's going to be a 13-0, so Orbital's going to come back. That's the logic of the caster curse. So that's that. Con with the operator looking down Long C. Can he find anybody? Shirzay with the headshot over on the other site. He was able to get 1 kill inside of sewers. The spike itself is left inside of mid. So they need to get it and choose a site.
I actually like this start by Orbital. This is them doing their best Sarah Cameron impression. You leave the spike, you spread out, you play for picks, you got 1, and now you're going to kind of move as a team here for the most part. I mean, we do say Shirzay kind of lurking over here, trying to get the pick on this Cypher. They both know they're there. They're dancing around each other, and actually Drennick gets that kill, so Zapper taking down External, though, might be a pretty big deal for them. Zaf, this is that classic cleanup. Gets like 1 kill on Zapper. It's a 2v3 in favor of Orbital. The spike is planted, so Sarah Cameron has to go for the retake here, but again, with Zaf alive and being able to bat cleanup the way he has been, anything is possible. Going to be timing this flash again for Drennick to peek. So talking about timing your abilities, Cypro with a good answer, and also with a kill there. So finally, Orbital takes at least 1, but again, I just want to highlight the timing, right? Zaf throwing the flash right when Drennick can peek. I really love what Sarah Cameron does as a unit.
Yeah. Constantly Sarah Cameron on the upfoot in terms of synergy as well as ability usage. There in that round, Zaf got taken down very early on, so he wasn't able to continue his reign of terror. 5-1, 4-3, 4-4 on the remaining 2 on the top of the leaderboards. External kind of playing a little bit of a backseat, even though he does have 3. He can still very easily start topping off the leaderboards. If you remember, he got the ace and was able to completely pop off. There's the run it back. Doesn't end up actually running it back, but the immediate rotations come through.
Yeah, I like the use of it to scout here by Shirzay because, let's be honest, Sarah Cameron has been fantastic at picking you whenever you peek. So it's a nice, safe way to do it. But the unfortunate thing here is that you don't really have a good way to follow it up. So I personally, I think I would have liked to have seen them use the run it back body as almost a meat shield when you come around the corner and then have somebody try to catch the counter frag. And that's that timing that I was talking about. Sarah Cameron just feels very fluid and precise with their timing. And at times, I think Orbital feels a bit more disjointed. So now we're going to see them push on to A as a team. Let's see if they can make this work to their advantage. There's an interesting choice for the walk peek there, but not punished too hard. Didn't lose the player. Phoenix can step back and heal. A lot of grenades going out. Drennick here down in hell. Meanwhile, somebody's up in heaven, and Zapper gets the kill before Fade and Nerve catch kills of their own. Shirzay counters with a trade frag on Fade, gets them out of heaven, but you can see a lot of action. Spike is down. That's an easy op shot by Nerve, who's moved up to heaven.
Get onto the site. That's the main goal. External now. Nerve, there you go, finishing off the board. Able to take their 4th win here. Sarah Cameron, 4-1. Very, very easy textbook retake that came through from Sarah Cameron. Even though they got picked off very early on in terms of the retake, they were able to spread, go into heaven, try an entry inside of yellow. Very basic, very, very basic. Able to land the shots as well. Fade kind of trolling us, buying himself a judge. But it's going to be a full-on buy that comes through from Orbital.
The way that Sarah Cameron defended Site A there is something that you should study if you're a team, because they had Drennet in hell and Fade in heaven. So that means anybody coming from the long side has to watch both spots. And the minute Fade fell, Nerve rotated back to make sure you always have that presence up there, even when people might think that it's free after Fade dies. So everything they did to maintain like presence on the site and have good sight lines was very, very well done. It's the sort of thing that I like to see on Site A, but here, bit of an interesting spread here for Orbital. I kind of don't know what to make of it. It looks like they're trying to posture B, but the others are holding back a little bit.
All he did was peek a wrong angle. There's the immediate rush that came through. The orbital strike does come through, but the heal from Fade onto himself is amazing. Zaf now with the peek, but Cypro able to land the headshot for himself. Orbital takeover, have to take over B. But right now their plan isn't exactly coming into fruition because they're all sitting inside a mid, maybe place down a campfire, camp out for the night, but they need to plant down the spike.
Oh, this is not going to end well. They think this wall has him protected, and here we see Fade on the top, gets the jump judge shot, saying hello. Cheersay does get the trade frag, but External is just going to clean it up from the flank, and well done again by Sarah Cameron here. And
Dang.
this is what I kind of expected. As we said before, Orbital struggled on Haven. Specifically, they struggled on attack. They just couldn't really get anything going their way the first time we saw them on this map, and it's history repeating itself.
Yeah. External, you got to see the two shots. He had enough time to transfer, not the spray itself, but stop spraying and just line it up perfectly. When you're, you know, you of course, he was very confident in his in his Vandal spray itself, but he needed to just wait a little bit, retransfer, and it gave the opponent a lot of time to counter. But Cheersay not able to do it.
All right, and so Orbital going back to the hard A push. They're just going to send 5 fast and furious, and they're getting these entry trades, and that's exactly what you need to do. But Fade coming up with a triple kill, make that a quadra kill, and shuts down the entire site herself. Unreal.
I don't know if you guys remember. Charmer, Impulse, you guys can hear me. I ended up saying 13-2, 13-1 is what I predicted. So I don't know, but Impulse is the one that does our replay tech. He's the stream director. He does the replays. The slow-mos are what gets me. I love it. I love it so much. 6-1, Sarah Cameron.
That's a big thank you to Impulse, and a big thank you to Fade for giving us such a great clip to watch in slow-mo. So shout out to production and the players, and a little bit slower of a pace, but again, looks like the plan is going to be A. So despite the disastrous outcome the last time, Orbital says, maybe we saw something here and we want to exploit it. Maybe we just didn't like how we executed.
Yep. They want to try and go back onto A site, like you said, but they immediately rotate out. So they don't exactly want to go for that aggressiveness. Sarah Cameron, they're not freaking out. That's the main thing that I'm looking at in terms of their rotational play. Even though they know that the opponents have rotated, they're not exactly changing their positions too much. The run it back has made its way onto C site itself, and it's going to be External that does trade his life, and it's massive. Fade, little range. Fade now with 2 for himself, and they have to get onto the site. 2 members of Orbital are already on the site itself, but it's got to be Nerve. Can he actually get the op shot available for himself? 16 HP Fade right now. No way, Cypro.
No, Cypro denies it. That was beautifully done by Cypro, and now it's a 2v1. Drennet here has to try to win this to get the retake. Does not. Cheersay closes it out, and that's what Orbital needed desperately to try to get themselves back into this.
Yeah, honestly, I think I'm just going to stop predicting things. I thought 13-1. We're now seeing Orbital 2. So you know what? Screw what I think. I don't care. I'm just going to watch some good old classic Valorant with some awesome, awesome teams here in the grand finals of the Risen Esports Valorant Invitational. Sarah Cameron 6, Orbital Takeover 2. Fade right now topping off the leaderboard 13-7. He's got the Phantom. A couple of credits available for himself as well. But Sarah Cameron, their defense is super, super solid, but they ended up slipping there in the last round.
Now, one thing to note here specifically is the ultimates. So Raze on both squads has their ultimate. However, having the Sage on Sarah Cameron's side and the old, you know, off your feet, sweep somebody off their feet thing, and paratrades here. Excuse me. Also, Cypro catching Fade, and that's potentially huge for them. So here I was talking about the ultimate advantage on the side of Sarah Cameron, but with Sage going down, wow, look at the gall of nerve to just push through the fire with the bunny hop into this slow. Desperately wants to have a presence here in heaven with this operator.
Oh, but he gets spotted out, so he knows that he's up there, and Con able to spray it almost perfectly. Now has to go for the save, and Orbital Takeover have taken their third round here of this match. Double saves come out here, considering that no one wants to push them. Sarah Cameron able to save 2 Vandals. Well, an operator and a Vandal.
Yeah, I think the operator specifically is a great save decision. Might even catch a frag here at the end as folks are piling out. And does before falling, but if I'm being honest, getting the kill for Sarah Cameron is more important than on the other side, because Sarah Cameron already has a pretty strong economy, right? So as Orbital tries to mount a comeback, any extra kills you can get on them to slow them down is going to be beneficial. I like that choice by Zaf there. And it's 6-3, so they're slowly closing it. They need 2 more round wins. Orbital needs 2 more to do better than their first time on Haven to avoid history repeating itself.
Yep, still very possible for Orbital to come back here in this match. Zaf on a save round has a frenzy for himself. I say a save round, and then External has an operator. Nerve having a sheriff is perfectly fine for his situation. We've seen him actually in this situation in multiple occasions in a row. He sits inside of mid window while he has a smoke available for himself. But Orbital Takeover now looking over towards A site.
Yeah, that operator was saved at the end of the last round, so it's not like External's not being a team player here. But beautiful wallbangs there, catching Fade, almost eliminates him. That was a dangerous situation, and now we see the peek here by Drennet, who has a sheriff, trying to bring law and order to Site A, but a lot of, well, Shearsay is the one who's going to be bringing law and order with a triple kill. Zapper gets a kill on Drennet as well, and all of a sudden, Cypro finishes off Nerve, and it's 6-4, Orbital Takeover. You know, I made the joke during the last season, series, about how Orbital Takeover was sandbagging the first game, and then they make this late comeback in the second, and then they win the third because that's their namesake, right? They give the enemy team an advantage, and then they take it over, but maybe, just maybe, there's something to that.
Yeah, deja vu. You guys are singing the song in your head, but we have Sarah Cameron. That is just has not won a round in 3 rounds. I've lost 3 in a row. You need to watch out for Orbital Takeovers, at least aggression, because it's much more streamlined from what we've been realizing. Is that maybe they try and fake an area and then go right. They try and fake an area. They haven't. They've kind of been on C. But A seems to be that site that they're looking towards. But Fade does get slowed just by a little bit and has to heal himself back up, but he does get a pick.
That was a beautiful shot by Fade with the Phantom, no less. And here, External makes short work of Shearsay. Just in case anybody else was coming, going to throw that grenade, but won't find anybody. Disastrous start for Orbital, though. They had all that momentum, and all of a sudden they find themselves in a 3v5 situation. And Cypro, I thought for sure that Zaf had the spray there, but went just a little bit wild, and Cypro gets that pick. Fade's going to get him back up, though. and maintain this 3v5 pressure. Excuse me, make that 3 or 2v5. Cypro finishes off Fade though.
Yeah, 2v4. The flash goes out inside of Garage. Zaf now goes for the wide peak, takes out Cypro. Trying to op him out is going to be Con. 2 quick shots inside of the window itself. Do have the Aftershock. Not able to exactly hit anybody. Neither the fault line. A lot of pre-firing going out, but the 1v1 Con with the flick doesn't exactly have the spike itself, but he's just kind of looking for the kills that he needs in order to deny. Does take down External as well, so Con 2 for 0 at the end of the round itself. Regardless, 7-4, we're looking at a potentially 8-4 half or a 7-5.
I mean, if you're Orbital, you want it to be 7-5, not only to close the gap, but again, you don't want history to repeat itself. Because the last time that they let something go 8-4, then they didn't win at all on the second half of that particular Haven match. So Orbital really wants this 5th win. They want to get the monkey off their back.
Yep. We also got to remember is that Orbital, they're on attack right now. So going on to defense, I don't know if they're way more comfortable on defense, but it's just it's a kind of a stress reliever that you've already went up by 4, right? 4 points isn't actually that bad. Going into the half, Drennan misses the shot. A crucial operator shot that he needed to hit, missed. But it's going to be Nerve. Little Rain does trade his life, or he trades a life. Zaf now wants a Zapper with 1 more. Orbital Strike not going to actually hit anybody. Cypro on the outside of B wants to lurk onto the inside, but he's blocked off by a wall.
Now, Lil Rain does get Zapper back up, so this is going to even out the numbers. Again, we have a Sova and a Cypher ult still on the side of Orbital, and last round before the half, you can't take it with you, so hopefully those will come out. Fade takes down Lil Rain before falling to Cypro. Cypro then takes out Zaf as well, but walks right into the operator of External. This is going to be Hunter's Fury to try to catch External, knowing that the shot came from somewhere over there, but not going to find him, and now we have a 2v, excuse me, Nerve taking down Zapper. That's going to be a 2v1. It's up to Con to defend Site C.
Ooh, he's looking in the right direction, but he needs to look left. We're on the outside. There's the shots. He knows exactly where he is. So he's looking at this corner as the main direction, and there you go. Simple stuff, simple textbook operator type of play. The camera is out. And this is actually planted for CT of all things. New strats every single day, ladies and gentlemen. Con takes it. Able to get 2. 7-5 is the half.
Loved everything I saw there from Con at the end. Planting for CT so that you can hold that angle. Using the camera for your initial peek. Knowing whether or not they're going to go for the fake. Assuming you missed that first shot. Just beautifully done. And that's going to be a 7-5 half, as you said. Orbital takeover, finally getting over the hump and getting that 5th round win on Haven. Now that they're on defense and they've picked up some of this momentum, though, I could easily see them coming back and forcing a game 3. We've seen them do it before. Don't count them out.
Right. Yeah, we had to say that in the last series, and we have to say it here. Orbital takeover. Something has clicked on Haven, and they have 1-5. So now going into the half, they have to defend almost perfectly. This is going to be a massive, massive round for Sarah Cameron. If they can win this one, they can potentially win the next one as well. But they got to get their economy up very, very soon.
And we can see they're pulling a traditional Sarah Cameron. Spike is down. Nobody's showing it. Just kind of spread out looking for picks. I imagine Cypher is going to grab it here because it does look like the decision is going to be to push into C or B as they join up mid here. Kind of feeling it out. Either one still could be the play. Utility going out, some rounds going out. That Sova almost eliminated, but still a little bit alive. You could see the panic there. Sova shot the sonar arrow at the Roomba because the animation was already going up. I'm guilty of that as well.
Wow, look at this rotation. Very weird coming out from Orbital. But, well, no, not actually weird. Never mind. My bad. The spike itself is down. Zap and External. Little Rain does end up picking up one. The headshot goes through. Shurzay now with one more. Fade, Zap, Nerve, all across the scoreboard. The attackers have planted the spike itself. And they have completely mastered the post-spike plant position inside of B.
That is not what you wanted if you are Orbital, because as you said, once you win that first pistol round, you're likely going to win the second, and you can see a load of Spectres and then the Sheriff on the side of Sarah Cameron. These pistols on the side of Orbital. This is going to be a bit tough for Orbital. Now, that being said, the last time that they came back, it was on the back of a kind of counter round after they'd lost that pistol round.
Yeah.
In the last series, so see again if history can repeat itself or not. That's a great grenade and bot going out here by External. You'd expect nothing less, though. Been absolutely amazing with the abilities all day, and they kind of waltzed into Site B, and that's 3 kills. They just walk in and knock them down. Zapper tries to answer back, immediately counterfragged by Nerve, and then Nerve bats clean up on Shurzay, so they just walked in and clicked some heads. I don't know what else to say.
Yep, very basic. Sarah Cameron able to take over B on a round where they just kind of expected to win the 1v1s. But this is it. Round number 3 of the half is usually where the full buys come in. But this is also where Sarah Cameron, my goodness, I never thought I would mess that up. Sarah Cameron thrive. Because they've got 2 Vandals, they have 3 Spectres, and if they eliminate Orbital Takeover here, then it's not looking good for them.
Yeah, I keep wanting to say Sarah Connors as well. Earlier, I thought I was going to say Sarah Cameraman by accident, so a very simple name with a lot of ways to mispronounce it. But Lil Rain finally bringing the downpour, catches Nerve early on, manages to back up and heal as well. So both teams getting an early kill. It's now a 4v4, but taking down Nerve is important. The spike is planted. Cypro takes down Fade here. They've got to move in for the retake. We do know Sarah Cameron's great at holding these angles once they do have the spike planted. A little bit of pre-firing on the side of Zapper here. And falls to External. But Cypro finishes off Zap. And now there's a flurry coming out from Cypro here.
Oh!
Before External answers back.
That would have been huge.
This is going to be an Orbital victory. Much needed Orbital victory. Look at the bodies. Look at the carnage here on Site C.
Yeah, that would have been absolutely massive. Cypro popping off, but External was on the back of the site when no one thought he was over there. And he just completely dominated his opponents. The one problem with losing so many bodies in round number 3 is that you've invested just so many credits into your gun line that now, if you look at it, 2 Bulldogs, there's a Spectre, and then now 2 Vandals. But on the opposing side, they got to save for a full round. So now they are the ones that are in the driver's seat in terms of the gun control. And from what we know on paper, this should be Sarah Cameron's round almost flawlessly. But just as I say that, there's Con.
Yeah, Con and Fade both catching kills. Fade getting one on Cypro, though, that's a very big deal because Cypro has been a bit of the primary carry thus far in this game, and External punishing Lil Rain. Con gets the counter, though, but Fade answers back and then reses Nerve, so pretty textbook counter-fragging there. You wait for somebody to die, and then you attack if you're still alive the direction that you saw your teammate get killed from. But the resurrection is what's key here, because you won the trades, and then you get the res, and now you can easily push in, plant Site A. Zapper, though, catches Drennet, trying to rotate around. That's all up to Shurzay.
Let's see if he can path correctly inside of CT. Now has to take a look for the different angles that he needs to take, but he might just want to try and save this Vandal, right? Like, the economy over on their front has not been too effective. They're already starting to kind of back out here, which it would be a little bit scary if, if Shurzay was in the area. Of course, we can see on our screen where exactly he is, but Sarah Cameron have completely left the spike. And Of course, they have capped the Sage just in case anything were to happen. What is his camera angle? Production. Yeti, press.
This is the eye in the sky. This is news for Chopper Cam, giving you the best in traffic on Site A.
Yeah. Yeah, that's so cool. It was so cool. That's what I was trying to say there. I wasn't trying to. I kind of sounded like I was blaming you guys, but no, that was such a good camera.
No,
that's what I was trying to.
I thought it was all positive, man.
Okay, cool.
You're good.
Okay, cool. Cool. It's late, man. I'm starting to get a little bit paranoid, but we're good.
All right, it's 10-6.
Yep.
Orbital has to really start their comeback now. They're in a position where they really can't afford to lose too many more because of the economy situation.
Whoa.
Fade just comes up huge, followed by Drennet. So Fade with a double, and then Drennet killing Zapper. And so right when I say, hey, Orbital needs this, they just fall apart, dismantled early on. And it's going to be up to these two players. Make that none. Going to be up to nobody to defend this onslaught from Sarah Cameron.
Sarah Cameron on the verge of match point now, 11-6. They're already one up in the series, and this is what I predicted was going to happen. Not a complete stomp here in game number 2, but there's this very small potential that Orbital Takeover does end up coming back, but so far on defense, they are not looking too solid. But this is exactly what we said before. When they ended up having a full gun line, when they ended up having the reset potential, this is where they need to start to pop off.
And of course, when they need to pop off External and Fade, early kills. Zapper does get the counter on Fade, but already a numbers disadvantage for Orbital. They're going to be stuck holding these angles. External sending out the abilities here, the boom bot. And
oh no!
What a beautiful counter! What a ult by Nerve. The Orbital straight coming in on Zapper, who had the Hunter's Fury going, and that meant nowhere to go. That was amazing execution. Very heads up, and Sherzay says hello to the face of Zaf, and also knows where the spike is, so this is a bit interesting all of a sudden.
Yeah. They need to now pick up the spike itself. Drennet not checking his left side corner. Would have been kind of scary, but the long range shot, Sherzay with the headshot. CSGO skills, by the way. That's where you get it from. But Brimstone, last one remaining, the 1v1 potential. Nerve, the MVP, the player MVP that we said that we needed to watch, versus Sherzay, the 50-50 player in some cases, but he is just so incredibly good in a lot of cases as well.
And they're kind of doing this dance around each other. The minute that one checks one angle, the other one doesn't. And all of a sudden, Nerve catches Sherzay looking the wrong direction, and we're now on to match point, and this is tournament point for the grand finals. If Sarah Cameron wins one more round, they take home first place.
Yep. 12-6. Just like you said, match point here in this match. Sarah Cameron are looking for the first couple of picks, just like they ended up seeing in the last round. Con having to buy the full armor, only has a pistol for himself. The Bulldog, the full-on buy for it, as well as the light armor plus the Guardians. They want to try and tap some heads, and this is the time that they're going to try and do it with the slow orb inside a mid window.
And unfortunately, Drennet and External both get early kills. Now Fade as well before Lil Rain answers back, and we've talked about how Sarah Cameron just wins their duels, and that's what they're doing here. They're spreading out on Haven. They're winning the one-on-ones. And Cypro, though, answers back, but Fade has rezzed Nerve. They can smell this tournament is about to be over. So they wanted to get that player up. Lil Rain answers with a res of their own. Still a 3v4, though, in favor of Sarah Cameron, who's trying to plant on Site C now. And then they can set up defensive positions.
This is the last couple of seconds within this match, ladies and gentlemen. Unless the clutch comes through from Orbital and we somehow see 6 rounds in a row. Cassacres, by the way. 3 are looking inside of Long C with External on 7 HP. The showstopper to try and stop some shows. Not able to hit anybody, but he has now landed on the ground with a whole lot of healing for himself. Little Rain, as well as his squad, needs to get inside of these smokes. The Roomba does come out, but now a pistol and a Dream External with one more, and they need to just kill Little Rain in order to end this match. Ladies and gentlemen, 13-6, and we have seen Sarah Cameron take it 2-0 and $520 into their pockets.
That was impressive. I don't know what else to say. That was not what either of us had predicted going into the bracket stage of this. And even though we didn't predict them to win, I certainly know if you would have asked us to predict how they would win, it would be in that fashion.
Exactly. What an amazing, amazing game. Guys, you did not see my my headphone hair at all there whatsoever. But since we do have our
solidarity.
there you go. It was pushed back. But let's take a look at the scoreboard itself so you can get off of our beautiful faces. Fade, Cypro, External, Drennet, all on the top of the leaderboard. Cypro played a beautiful game, by the way. He absolutely dominated over on Orbital.
Yeah, Cypro was doing everything within his power to keep his team in the game. Unfortunately, though, Sarah Cameron was just impressive all the way around. All of the players were playing great, but External, again, time and time again with the ability kills, Fade with so many multi-kills, knocking them down. Beautiful performance. And again, I just was not expecting a grand finals to feel this one-sided. And Sarah Cameron, Sarah Connors, Sarah Carmen San Diego, however you want to pronounce their team, I want to see more of them. I want to see them in more tournaments because this was very impressive.
This was awesome for sure. Let's take a look at the timeline as well, and we get to see where exactly the game kind of, went back, forth, and then something just happened, right? Round in particular, it was a very back and forth game overall from what we see here on the timeline. I don't think there was one round in particular that I want to see. Charmer, do you have anything in mind?
We could take a look at maybe round 16 because that was when they really started to close it out. They already had the advantage. They won the pistol round. They won the next round. And then Orbital, when they were trying to come back here, they took round 15. And then in round 16 here, you can see it was not even close. Yes, Orbital got that early pick. And then it was just all Sarah Cameron from there. And that was after Orbital had just won the previous round. So I'm just kind of so impressed at Sarah Cameron's ability to take wins even when they were at a disadvantage here. You can see it's, Bulldogs and Spectres are in there.
Yeah.
Bravo.
I can't,
beautifully done.
Yeah, I have nothing to add on to that. I was just going to say, look at the equipment that they ended up having, but you touched on that. So I think that's it. I think that's it for the timeline. That's it for the scoreboard. Let's just sign off. I don't think there's anything else to say here. Beautiful, beautiful tournament and an amazing, amazing weekend. So just got to give quick shout outs and quick thank yous. Thank you to Rando Joe for getting our team, the Aerial Media GG team. Thank you for allowing me and Charmer to cast for your guys' pleasure in the grand finals. Thank you to Simo for joining me for the first 2 days as well, because that was super, super fun. Thank you, Yeti. Thank you, Prezi, for the observing in the matches, as well as Impulse, our stream director. Thank you for that. Again, thank you, Charmer, for joining me here on the cast. That was super, super fun. And I think that's it. So thank you guys for tuning in to the Risen Esports Valorant Invitational. Until next time, my name's The Saved One, and we're out. Peace.
I would watch you stare. Sorry, bro. Oh, but there's no one there. We can figure this out. Put your feet down. We are the lucky ones.
are here.